Good morning. Good morning. I'm Carlin Bowman. I'm a senior fellow here at the American Enterprise Institute, and I'd like to say a few words about the States of Change project, Demographics and Democracy, Part 2. The project is a collaboration of AEI, the Brookings Institution, and the Center for American Progress, and it has been generously supported by the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. In the first year, under the direction of Rui Teixeira, Rob Griffin of CAP, and Bill Fry of Brookings, the project projected the race and age composition of the population and the eligible electorate in every state out to 2060, identifying the big trends that are transforming America. This report and the interactives are available on the AEI, the Brookings, and the CAP websites. But before I tell you about what we've been up to in the second year of the project, let me invite Neera Tandon, President of the Center for American Progress, to say a few words.
So great. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I really want to thank Carlin and everyone at AEI. I also want to thank CAP's other partner, Bill Fry of the Brookings Institute, and I want to really acknowledge the great work of the CAP team, Rui, Rob, and others. This work is obviously critical for us to understand the trends happening in the United States, from our classroom to our voting booths. Obviously, America is undergoing rapid demographic change. All of our organizations have come together to document these shifts. And I really want to say how proud I am that this work it's really become the gold standard of understanding America's demographic revolution. Today, and during today, we'll be examining the implications of these demographic changes for political parties and public policy. We'll hear from distinguished panelists on what these changes mean and how we can understand what's happening today from these trends. CAP and our partners have shown just how dramatically these trends have changed the political landscape, and it's important for us to project into the future. Minorities, people of color, made up just 16% of eligible voters in 1980. Today, that number is 31%. And by 2060, people of color projected as voters are projected to account for more than 50% of the eligible population. These numbers send a clear message that emerging constituencies are becoming all but essential to electoral success, and parties that ignore these communities over the long term will do so at their peril. Obviously, it seems that both parties are reacting and perhaps reacting to and reacting away from some of these trends. I look forward to an interesting discussion today for people to truly understand what is happening in our politics, how much the changing demographics are affecting how both communities of colors as well as white voters are seeing their future in the America of tomorrow. So with that, I just want to say how excited we are to be part of this. It's important that we have a bipartisan, nonpartisan understanding of what's happening in the country, the changes that we'll see, so we can form some bipartisan, perhaps nonpartisan ideas around policies to address it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Neera. Arthur Brooks wanted to be here today, but the weather made that impossible. He was in New York last night and needs to leave today for another engagement, I believe, on the West Coast, and so he wasn't able to make all the connections. So let's get started. But first, let me tell you a little about the program today. I want to begin by thanking Heather Sims, whose contribution to this project has been, to use a very popular phrase of late, huge. Heather has been centrally involved in every stage of this project, from convening our monthly meetings to the commissioning, the evaluating, and the editing of the project's papers. I'd also like to thank the media teams, CAPS headed by Tanya Arditi, and AEI's by Meg Cahill, and the Brookings by Allison Corton. In our first panel today, Bill Fry, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, and Rui Teixeira of CAP, will discuss a series of election simulations that they have produced during the second year of the States of Change project. The report, titled An American Future, How Changing Demographics Could Impact the Presidential Elections from 2016 to 2032. We'll then turn before lunch to Rob Griffin, our data wizard of the project overall. And at lunch, Joel Benenson, the chief strategist of Hillary Clinton's campaign, will speak. And then we'll turn to 3 sets of papers the project commissioned that discuss the policy implications of the demographic changes the project has identified. One of the goals of the project has been to analyze the challenges our demographic transformation poses for our democracy. And this afternoon, a group of distinguished authors from the left and the right will address them. Rui and Bill's work in the last year has focused on what the projections made in year 1 of the project may, and I stress may, imply for the next 5 elections, starting with 2016. The simulations are not predictions. All of us believe that candidates matter, that issues matter, that the voters' mood matters. We also believe that people change and that parties change. We've seen the evidence of this already in the 2016 presidential campaign. But demographic change, as Neera said, is centrally important. The electorate is becoming more racially diverse, something that will impact the young in particular, and at the same time, the whiter baby boom generation is getting older. After Rui and Bill present, we will turn to a distinguished panel to comment. Rob Lang, who's a member of the States of Change Advisory Board, is from Brookings Mountain West and the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Anna Greenberg, also a member of our advisory board, is a partner in the polling firm of Greenberg, Quinlan, and Rosner. Michael Barone, the original author of the Almanac of American Politics and my colleague here at AEI, is also a board member, and Mark Lopez, who's director of Hispanic Research at the Pew Research Center. I'd like to invite all of the panelists and Bill and Rui to come up now.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here for our second annual States of Change Conference. I think it's annual, and it's the second one, and we are very pleased to bring our report to you this morning. It's a new report that I think is filled with stats, filled with maps. A lot of people think we're kind of the geek squad in some ways, basically because we are not only political geeks, we're demographic geeks, but I think our work is grounded in data, and you'll find that it will be interesting. You know, I think it's interesting. One of our major, I think, themes here is that demography is destiny. It's an old phrase. And we don't believe that demography determines destiny, but it certainly shapes destiny. And I think that's clear from just looking at the primary elections in the last several weeks. The demography of Iowa and New Hampshire is very different than the demography of Nevada and South Carolina. And we see that how that shaped some of the different election results and will probably next Tuesday, Super Tuesday, and further down the road. Well, nationally, the country is changing dramatically. It has changed over the last several decades, and projecting ahead, it's going to become exceptionally more racially diverse, but also older. But the point is that this isn't happening homogeneously across the country. Different states are moving in different directions, and what we're looking at is how those occur. Last year's report, as Carlin said, we projected the eligible voter population in each of the 50 states between 2014 up to 2060. That's something that's sort of the base and the benchmark for what we're doing today, where we're going to look at the actual election outcomes through a series of simulations. They're simulations. They're not the actual election outcomes, but we're simulating what those election outcomes might be under certain sets of conditions. And of course, demography is only part of the picture. It's an important part of the picture, but also it matters in an election who the candidates are, what the issues are, what the economy's like, all of this sort of thing. And a lot of that affects beyond demography the enthusiasm that voters have, which gets registered in turnout rates. It gets registered in the selection of different candidates that the people who turned out to vote for. And those are the kind of nuts and bolts of what we have in the different simulations that we're doing. That is, we're starting out in each and every state with the eligible voter population broken down by age and race. And then on top of that, we have different assumptions about what the turnout rates will be for each of those groups and what the selection, whether it be for a Democratic or a Republican candidate, might be. based on, we think, are reasonable kinds of scenarios. As Carlin said, these are not predictions, they are projections. And as an example, we start with what's called the 2012 forward scenario, which we'll discuss in a bit. And that simply means that we're going to look at the demography going forward, that's been already projected, but also on top of that, try to assume what would happen if the same turnout rates and candidate selection rates of voters stayed the same for each race and age group in each state. What would that come up with? We're not saying that's what's going to happen, but that's a good scenario, that's a good baseline. We have many more, and when you see them all, what you're going to see is that demography really shapes all of them going forward, even the ones that predict Republican wins compared to the ones that predict Democratic wins. Now, in addition to this paper with all the stats and maps and everything that you should read, we are going to unveil today at around noontime, Rob Griffin, our colleague, is going to present a big new interactive that you will just be fascinated by. I predict some of you won't even have lunch. You're going to pull out your devices and you're going to start playing with this thing. And maybe we'll close today and you'll still be here trying to deal with it and asking Rob questions. He'll tell you about it. It's just amazing. Anyway, before we get to the simulations, I want to do a little bit about how demography may have changed the elections between 2000 and 2012, where, of course, we've had the election of the first African-American president in 2008 and 2012. And a lot of people say, and I think we believe, that the minority population together had a lot to do with electing Barack Obama. And if you can look at one kind of measure, one is what is the net demographic vote gain among minorities? Since 1968, the white population has voted Republican in the popular vote in the national elections. The combined minority population has voted Democratic. But if you look at the net gains among Democrats in the last 4 presidential elections, Democrats got a net gain of about 11 million minorities in 2000, about 13 million minorities in 2004, but it bumped up to 21 million minorities in 2008 and 23 million minorities in 2012. Those last 2 numbers are the result of demography and lots of other things, and which we're going to talk about in terms of what happens in geographic areas. Another way to look at the way demography has affected things is look at the map of red and blue states in 2000 and 2004 compared with 2008 and 2012. 2000 and 2004 were the elections that George W. Bush won, and you can see he took most of the southern states, a good part of the Mountain West, a good part of the Great Plains. Now, these are states, especially the southern and Great Plains states, were some of the fastest growing states in the United States, and it kind of looked like if this were moving ahead, the Republicans would be continually in a good spot because as the population moves inward in the West and southward, there will be increasingly support for that Republican Party. If we move to 2008 and 2012, though, you see those blue states moving down to the southeast and to the Mountain West, Virginia, North Carolina in 2008, Colorado, Nevada, and a lot of that has to do with the changing demography in those states. The movement inward of the Hispanic population from the original gateways into the Mountain West, into some of the Southeast, and also the black migration back to the South, which helped to increase the eligible voter population minority contribution in some of those states. You can even see that a state like Georgia, which is still a Republican state in 2008, is a light red as opposed to a dark red. In the maps that we're going to show later, the light red states and the light blue states are swing states. So Georgia actually became a swing state in 2008. So this is kind of an idea of, yes, the demography has changed. It's changed across the nation as well as in terms of the national percentages. So demography is one part of it. The other part of it, the other 2 parts of it, are turnout rates and selections of Democratic and Republican candidates. So here is a chart which looks at the turnout rates in the last 4 presidential elections by race. And what you can see, of course, quite dramatically is the black turnout in 2012 eclipsed the white turnout for the first time in history, and actually was higher in both 2008 and in 2012 than elections going back over time for the first African-American presidential candidate. You'll see even though Hispanic and Asian turnout is much lower than black turnout, those 2 also were higher in 2008 and in 2012 than any election since 1992. The other thing to notice is 2004. That's an election when white turnout was considerably higher than black turnout, and when the two other minorities, aside from blacks, were lower than they were in 2008 and 2012. So turnout kind of flipped in the Democrats' direction to the extent to which that minorities are voting for Democrats, whites are voting for Republicans. The other piece of this is voting margins of the people who do vote. And the voting margins we have here is the difference of the people who voted Democrat minus the percentage who voted Republican. So you'll see that the lines above zero are Democratic margins, the lines below zero are Republican margins. And again, in 2008 and in 2012, blacks had the highest margins with respect to the Democratic candidate than has been seen in over 40 years. And the Asian and Hispanic Democratic margins were also higher than we've seen in a long time, since records actually were kept of these by the current population survey. On the other hand, when you look at the white margins for Republican, that's below zero there, especially in 2008, it wasn't very good. It did pick up in 2012, but it was countered in the final vote by the Democratic vote of minorities. Then again, look back to 2004. It was a completely different story. Then the margins for blacks were lower, the margins for Asians and Hispanics were lower, and there was a considerably large margin for whites back then that brought George Bush his victory before the two Obama victories. So it's demography, it's turnout, and it's selection of voters, which really, from a kind of mechanical standpoint, is how you can analyze Obama's victory, and of course what's happened in each of the different states. There's one other piece of demography aside from race, which we think is pretty important, and that's the aging of the population. Back in 2000, only about 48% of eligible voters were over age 45. Now that's up to 53%. And we also know, of course, that the older voters also turn out a lot more than the younger voters do, so that even increases the oomph of this older population, which is, even though the whole population is becoming more racially diverse, that's happening more at the younger ages than at the older ages. So that white population is showing some clout as the baby boomers start moving into these older ages. If we look at the voting margins by age, coming up here, we see that a significant shift has occurred in the last two presidential elections, and that is kind of a widening of the disparities between the young population, which is voting more for Democrats, and the older population, especially the 65 and over population, which has voted more for Republicans. Now, some of that is the underlying racial distribution. There are more minorities in the younger population than in the older population. But on the other hand, there are some issues, whether they're social issues, their ideas of what the government should be involved with, also tend to reflect more of a democratic preference for younger people. That's something to keep in mind, and also keep in mind is that older population, the one that's growing rather rapidly. Very soon it's going to be the only part of the older population, the older part of the white population that's going to be growing, is trending Republican. That will affect Republican votes in slow-growing, aging parts of the country, in Midwest states like Ohio and Michigan and so forth. So that's a little bit of the backdrop of 2000 to 2012 before we get to our projections. And before we actually talk about those projections of the outcomes, I wanted to go through some of the projections of the race and age attributes of the U.S. as we further go ahead. In 2016, about 31%, in November, we project about 31% of the eligible voters are going to be minority. And we get up to 2032, it'll be 40% of eligible voters. The other thing to notice is the increasing impact of Hispanics. We project that in November, there'll be slightly more Hispanic eligible voters than black eligible voters for the first time. And when you move up to 2032, the Hispanic eligible voter population will be about 18% of the total population, making them a significant force as we go ahead. Another way to look at this is geographically. Here's two maps of the United States, and I want you to focus on the brown states and kind of the orangish brown states. Those are the states that have more than 40% of their population who are racial minorities. In 2016, there are 6 states in that category. California, New Mexico, and Hawaii have more than 50%, will have more than 50% of their electorate minorities. And then another 3, Texas, Georgia, and Maryland, have over 40% that are minorities. If we move ahead to 2032, though, there are 14 states that have more than 40% of their eligible voters that are minorities, and I did something to make this go away. So, any technical people here? Someone can come up and do something?
It kicked off with a.
Yeah, hit it with a hammer.
All right.
Okay. It's showing me the slide.
There it is.
Okay. All
All
right.
right.
There you go.
Let's cross our fingers. Okay. So when we're in 2032, there's 14, oh, we've done it again. Can we,
Do we have any idea what's going on here?
It's a gremlin.
well, anyway, in 2032, there'll be 14 states where there's more than 40% of the population, which is minorities. The other thing to notice, though, there are going to be some states that stay white through this whole period. Right now, we have 23 states that are more than 80% white. New England, some of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Plains, and so forth. But when we get to 2032, it'll be down to about 11 states, but still there'll be 11 states that are more than 80% white, and you can see them there. They're in the upper Great Plains and the Midwest, some of the New England states, Appalachian states. So there's still going to be kind of a shifting of this diversity over time. It won't be homogeneous across the country. We want to look at the age shifts over time. We can see that between 2016 and 2032, that 65 and over population is going up, while the 45 to 64-year-old population is going down. That's the baby boomers moving into those older ages, and they too are going to have an impact as we move over across times. So that's kind of the backdrop of the overall shift in the demography. Now we're going to talk about the simulations finally, and we have 6 of them. As I said, each of them make assumption about the turnout rates of different race and age groups in each state, and also the selection of which, the margins really of Democrat minus Republican margins of each group. And the first 3 scenarios simply put forward with the demography moving forward as we have projected it, different assumptions about turnout and support. The first being just moving ahead the 2014 election turnout and support. The second one, moving ahead the 2008 turnout and support. And remember, both of those elections were very good to the Democrats. High turnout among minorities, high voting margins among minorities. On the other hand, scenario C, where we're moving ahead the 2004 turnout and selection rates, we're moving ahead rates that elected George W. Bush, a Republican, in 2004. What will happen if we have those same turnout rates and selection rates for Republicans and Democrats as we move forward as the demography changes? There's 3 other scenarios, D, E, and F, and each of these 3 scenarios are slight alterations of scenario A, the 2012 forward scenario. Scenario D we call the maximum minority turnout scenario. Now, you often see advocacy groups doing whatever they can to get as many Hispanics out to vote, to get as many Asians out to vote, because less than half of eligible Hispanic and Asian voters turned out in 2012, which was even a good turnout for them. We wondered what would happen if all that advocacy was successful and that we made the Hispanic and Asian turnout to be exactly the same as the white turnout in each state and in each age group. We kept the black turnout the same because it was actually higher than white turnout nationally, but this was giving more clout to Hispanics and Asians and actually other minorities as well in terms of their turnout. Scenario E is one where we actually tell the Hispanics and Asians to vote more Republican, okay? What happens is we have a voting margin which increases their Republican swing by 15 points. For example, in the 2012 election, Hispanics had a Democrat minus Republican margin of 44 in favor of Democrats. If we subtract 15 points from that, their margin for Democrats is only 29. So we slim down their Democratic voting margin and see what happens when we project that ahead. And then finally, we have the more GOP white support. This might be called the Donald Trump dream scenario. I don't know if you want to think about it that way. This is a scenario where we already keep the very large white voting margin of Republicans in 2012. Even though Republicans lost, they had a very, very high white voting margin, and add another 10 points to it. So rather than being 18, as it was in 2012, we'll make it 28 in favor of the Republicans. This is as big as it was when Ronald Reagan beat George Mondale in 1984. It's huge, okay? And it's really probably the best Republicans can expect when they try to cater to the white population and get them to turn out. So those are the different scenarios. We try to make a range of them that are fairly reasonable. We've done many others, but these are the ones we selected to present to you. Okay, so here is the first one. This is scenario A, the 2012 forward scenario. That little blue dot is the Democrat support going up, and the red dot is the Republican support. And the difference is the voting margin. So you see the margin there is plus 4.8. That's a little higher than about the margin of 4 that we had in the 2012 election. So bring in more demography in 2016 and with the same voting rates and so forth, and you up that Democratic margin by a little bit. Here's scenario B. Remember, this is a 2008 forward scenario. 2008 was a very good election for Barack Obama. And here, if we give Democrats that same kind of turnout and selection scenario, they do very well. Better, almost a 9-point Democratic advantage, up from 7 points in 2008, actually. So those are two very good. Now, here's one that is quite interesting. Scenario C is where we project ahead the voting turnout and the selection in the 2004 election, which elected George W. Bush. What happens if you push that ahead? Will Republicans continue to still win? Well, in fact, they don't. There is a very small Democratic advantage in 2016 when we do this scenario. It's just very small. It's even tinier than the advantage when Al Gore so-called beat George W. Bush in 2000 in the popular vote. But a little bit of a hint. This may change when we get to the second part of the paper, when we look at the Electoral College. But at least when it comes to the popular vote, we see things flip. And what it does show you, even this shows you that when the demography changes as much as it had between 2004 and 2016, it flips the result of the national popular vote when we do all the simulation within states and so forth. I did it again, Rob. Did I push it? Okay. Here's scenario D. This is the giving more turnout to Hispanics and Asians thing. And again, all of these D, E, and F are just making adjustments to scenario A. And so when we have more turnout for Hispanics and Asians who were voting more Democratic anyway, you see a bigger margin than you did in scenario A. Again, a Democratic win. And then here's scenario E. This is the more, yes. This is the one where we give more Republican support to Hispanics and Asians. And even if we add 15 points to each age group in each state, to Hispanics and to Asians and to other races, the Democrats will still win under this scenario. It shows that you got to do a little even more than that if you're trying to get Hispanics and Asians into the Republican tent and wind up for a win. The demography is not as friendly to you as you might think. And then the final one is scenario F. This is the more GOP support, where we add 10 points to the already strong white support of the 2012 election. And yes, the Republicans win this one. And not by a lot. You can see it's only 2.4%. But yes, if you can get 10 more points in this scenario, you'll see a Republican win. Now we've also, we've also done sort of projections to 2032, if you're so interested. And you'll see those lines. They go from 2016 up to 2032. See scenarios A, B, and C continue to get more Democratic over time as the demography shifts. Even that C, which is the 2004 forward scenario, which was just a tiny bit of a Democratic advantage in 2016, gets bigger and bigger over time with those same turnout and support rates from 2004 applied to the changing demography. And then we have the three other scenarios that we put into the future. Scenario D, which is the more turnout for Hispanics and Asians, that gets more Democratic. Scenario E, where we actually give more Republican support for Hispanics and Asians, but was Democratic already in 2016, stays Democratic and gets bigger even with that increased Republican support. And then finally, scenario F, which is probably the most interesting one. This is the one where we gave even more Republican support to whites than existed in 2012, and that in 2016, the popular vote was Republican. We see in both 2020 and 2024, the popular vote stays Republican. But after 2024, in 2028, and in 2032, even with that strong Reagan-level white support among each age group and in each state, churning away for the future, you wind up with a Democratic win in 2028 and in 2032 in the popular vote. The demography does that much to shift things around. So I think, with the popular vote, we can say the demography has really shaped these results. As I mentioned earlier, you're going to have a chance to try all kinds of different scenarios later when we show you this interactive. But at least at the popular vote, you can see how things are going. And Republicans would have to do an awful lot to get that white vote. We did one other scenario that we didn't show here, which does have a Republican win in 2016. This is one where instead of increasing the Republican margin by 10, we increased it only by 6, but at the same time increased the Hispanic, Asian, and other race Republican margin by 10. So we do both. We give more to Republicans to the white population. We give more Republicans to the Hispanic and Asian population. And when we do that, yes, in 2016, there's a Republican win. So there is an option, and probably other options, where Republicans can cater more to minorities, as well as absolutely having to cater more to whites under these scenarios and still be able to win. But the demography is pretty clear about how things are going. Even more interesting than this is what happens to the Electoral College among states. And I'm now going to pass the baton to Rui Teixeira, who is going to tell us about that.
The old clicker. Rob, what's the lockout button here? Okay. All right. Okay, well, thanks. Yeah, so Bill's told you the basic story about how demographics are going to work its way through the electorate and how they're going to affect the different scenarios that we've laid out. But of course, that's about the popular vote. Now, it probably has not escaped your notice that in the United States, we do not elect our presidents by virtue of the popular vote. There's this funny thing called the Electoral College, where you have to accumulate enough of these electoral votes from the states to actually be the winner, no matter what you're getting in the popular vote. Now, a number of things underpin how our scenarios are going to affect things going forward with the Electoral College. And already Bill has talked about some of them. For example, he talked about the racial composition of the electorate moving forward. But certainly one thing that's also extremely important are the margins among minorities and whites that obtain to the different states, because there's a fair amount of variation. This first slide just shows you the minority vote margins. Won't say much about it other than to note that they're basically pretty high in most places. They're particularly high in the eastern half of the country, where a very simple reason for this, the African American population dominates the minority eligible voters, and since they vote 90 plus for the Democrats, you get very high margins for the Democrats. Move west, and the minority population becomes much more Latino, somewhat more Asian, and you get somewhat smaller margins for the Democrats. But where you really see a lot of variation is the extent to which whites support the Democrats. And here you do see a kind of a very interesting spread. We actually have a number of states where the Democrats actually carried the white vote in 2012. Out in the Pacific Northwest, we got Washington and Oregon, we got Minnesota and Iowa, then we got basically all of New England plus New York. So there are places where the Democrats do carry the white vote, and that's where they are. Now, there's another kind of the polar opposite of that is there's a chunk of the country where Democrats just get clobbered in the white vote, just really get wiped out. And that's really in the deep south there, except for Florida. And out there you could see Wyoming and Utah as well. It's 40 points or more in terms of a deficit. And in between, there's a number of states, and they include a lot of our swing states, where the Democratic deficit among whites is somewhere between 0 and 20 points. In a place like Wisconsin, it's pretty close to to 0, and it's more closer to 20 on a place like Virginia, in a place like Ohio or Pennsylvania. So wide variation in white margins, and this tells us a lot about, or suggests a lot about how states can be vulnerable to shifts in the Democratic composition, because if the white vote goes farther south in some of these places, you could see them easily flipping toward the Republicans in certain situations. And in fact, let's take a look at where that might be true. But first, we're going to look, and we'll look first at our 3 basic simulations: 2012 forward, 2008 forward, and 2004 forward. Now, in the 2008 forward scenario, we're looking at the 2016 simulated result here. We get, as Bill mentioned, I think earlier, you get an increase in the popular vote margin up to about 5 points. We do not change the electoral vote distribution under this. It does not add any states to the Democratic column. You still get 332 to 206. The one thing that's interesting to note here is that Georgia becomes a swing state, albeit on the Republican side. Now, if you look at the 2008 forward, you get a larger margin, 368 to 170. You add here North Carolina, Missouri, and Indiana relative to 2012, and you get 25 solid blue states. It's obviously an extremely strong result for the Democrats with that 9-point margin for the Dems. And then what's really interesting and a little bit different is if we look at scenario C, 2004 forward. Here you actually, as Bill mentioned, you have a popular vote, projected popular vote margin for the Democrats of just a tiny 0.1%. But according to this projection, at least, the Republicans would take the Electoral College back from the Democrats on a 2004 forward scenario, replicating those turnout and support patterns. And the states that flip relative to 2012 are Ohio and Colorado and Florida and Virginia. And that's enough to switch the Electoral College to the Republicans under this scenario. Now let's take a look at our other three scenarios, other three simulations. We see at the top there scenario D, which is our maximum minority turnout. You get a larger margin for the Democrats of 6 points, but again, you don't see any difference in the electoral vote, at least for 2016. It's still 332 to 206. The one thing to note here that's of interest is, it kind of makes sense when you think about it, given the Latino vote and so on, you get Arizona becoming a swing state, albeit again on the Republican side. Now, if you look at scenario E, which is our new minority GOP swing, where the GOP gets a margin increase of 15 points among Hispanics, Asians, and those of other race, we see that the electoral vote margin does narrow to 303 to 235, and there's a very simple reason for this. It flips Florida to the Republicans. It also makes all of the Southwest states into swing states, albeit Democratic states, but again, the key result here for the Republicans would be that would be enough to flip Florida in their direction. And now for something a little bit sterner medicine, look at scenario F, which is the white GOP swing, where the GOP gets a 10-point swing in their direction among whites. And this is where we get up to Reagan levels, or perhaps Trump aspirational levels in terms of the white vote. And here we do see the Electoral College flipping. We see it going 325 to 213 for the Republicans under this scenario. And it flips quite a few states relative to 2012. Colorado in the Southwest, Minnesota, Iowa, and Wisconsin in the Midwest, Ohio and Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Virginia, and Florida, more than enough to switch the Electoral College to the Republicans. So those are our 6 scenarios. And part of what they're telling us, particularly this last scenario, is where you have a low minority state like Ohio, and you have relatively, or perhaps Minnesota, where you have relatively friendly whites, but if that white support drops out from under the Democrats, it's pretty easy for that state to turn Republican. Or there are some high minority states like, say, Virginia with relatively unfriendly whites, which makes it close despite the high minority percentage. And again, the white support bottoms out for the Democrats, and the state can easily flip. So let's take a look then at how these scenarios would work out over time as we move toward 2032. I mean, obviously, given what we know about the way demography is going to shift over time, we would expect overall not a continual increase, but we expect an increase over time toward the Democrats, but it will be discontinuous because different states will flip at different times, so that'll bump up the curve. So that's exactly what we see. Under scenario A, it goes from 126 electoral vote margin, this is D minus R electoral vote margin, to eventually to 184 by 2032. Above that, we see scenario B, 2008 forward, goes from 198 to 226 by the time we hit 2032. And of most interest, I think, is scenario C, the 2004 forward, which goes from minus 12 electoral votes for the Democrats to plus 32 by the time we hit 2032, and it sort of goes through a transition point at 2024, out of which, after which the 2004 scenario kind of runs out of juice, as it were, for the Republicans. Let's take a look at the last three scenarios. Here we see, what's of interest here, I think, is take a look at scenario D, which is the maximum minority turnout scenario. We know it'll affect the popular vote, but what's interesting is it doesn't affect the electoral vote until we get past 2024. And that's when actually some additional states come in and you get an outcome in terms of electoral vote margin that's in between scenarios A and B. Now take a look at scenario E, which is our new minority swing toward the GOP, starts out with a disjuncture between that and the 2012 type scenario, where Democrats get fewer electoral votes. But again, by the time we get to 2032, the nature of demographic changes, those scenarios converge and they produce exactly the same result. The new minority swing doesn't do much for the Republicans in that sense. And finally, if you look at scenario F, you see the big GOP margin, negative margin, which is the GOP margin for scenario F. And by the time we get to 2032, it doesn't do any more good for the Republicans, basically, than a 2004 forward scenario. Again, the power of demography moving forward affecting these margins. Finally, let's take a look at our 2032 simulations in particular, so we can see what states flip. These are first three scenarios again, 2008 forward, 2012 forward, and 2004 forward. As you can see from looking at scenario A, by the time we hit 2032 under those parameters, we've got a 9-point Democratic margin, and we've added North Carolina and, interestingly, Georgia to the Democratic electoral vote haul under that scenario. Scenario B, by the time we get to 2032, you have a 12-point popular vote margin, and you've added North Carolina, Indiana, Missouri, and again, Georgia, relative to 2012. And you also have a number of Republican swing states, which I think are of interest under this scenario. We see Texas becoming a swing state, Arizona becoming a swing state, South Carolina becoming a swing state. Again, the power of demography moving forward. Finally, looking at scenario C, the 2004 forward, we see that by the time you get to 2032, this scenario would nevertheless result in a Democratic victory, albeit a more modest one, a 3-point popular vote victory. And it moves relative to 2016, 2004 scenario, moves Ohio and Colorado back into the Democratic camp. However, note that under this scenario, Florida and Virginia remain somewhat close, but still in the Republican column. Now let's look at our last three scenarios here for our 2032 simulations. Scenario D, which, as you recall, is a maximum minority turnout scenario. We've got a 10-point popular vote margin by that time. And relative to 2012, we've added North Carolina, Georgia, and interestingly, Arizona. Very interesting addition to the electoral vote college haul of the Democrats, which produces this 373-165 margin overall. Scenario E, the new minority swing. And by the time we get to 2032, the Dems wind up with a 5-point lead, and we have North Carolina and Georgia in the Democratic column, just like the 2012 forward scenario. Finally, scenario F, which, as you recall, is the one by far the most favorable to the Republicans, the Reagan-like, Reagan 84-like, all the white people are for the Republicans. Well, not all, but a very substantial margin for the Republicans. Still does not yield a Republican victory. By the time you get to 2032, you got that 2-point popular vote margin and for the Dems. And it returns relative to 2016 to the Democratic column, Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. So the Republicans retain Florida, for example, and Ohio, but most of the rest of these states go back to the Democrats as demographic change continues to unfold. So the conclusion, as I see it, demographic change is going to have large effects on elections going forward. And I think the way these scenarios play out suggests that a one-dimensional strategy on the part of either party, is going to eventually produce some problems. I mean, it shouldn't be either or. either this group or this other group that you appeal to. It should be both and. And I think both parties are going to have to deal with this going forward and integrate that into their strategies. So thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to turn to the panel now. I'm going to ask a couple of questions up front, and then we're going to move down the line one after another. Introductions have already been made. I, by the way, survived the Nevada caucus. I was a witness to the F scenario wave in Sun City Anthem, surrounded by Korean War veterans and the so-called silent generation, and they're not silent anymore. They're angry. And, I think you can thank us, too, for providing Trump the largest margin of victory thus far in the election. So we gave you that. We gave you that. But, more states to come. A couple of quick observations. When you had the map up from what the whites win alone, what white vote alone will produce, and that's from 2012, right? The interesting thing is how closely that matches to Caucus's Electoral College map from 1988. In other words, if you think of it, because he won in the Northwest, he won in the Upper Midwest, and he won in the Northeast. He won in 3 little splotches of space, and the rest of the country was all Bush country at that point. What's interesting is that without diversity, the Democrats are in permanent Dukakis territory. If the diversity between 88 and today had not occurred, the Democrats would be where Dukakis was. Because at that point in 88, there was a much smaller minority share of vote, correct? And so you really relied on a very large white vote to win a state. So if you want to know what the impact of diversity is already for the Democrats, it's that without the change in America from 88, maybe starting in the 1965 reforms in immigration, without those kind of changes reflecting finally in the 90s and the 2000s, you wouldn't see the Democrats even competitive now because they'd be a marginal party because they'd be losing a majority share of white vote. So under that, let me just ask a question. Do you see the current, would you say it's a fair thing to say that under the current scenario, that demography favors the Democrats? And I know you've written a book to that effect. Is that this is now a stronger assertion, I guess, of that thread? Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, I think it's a fair assessment. It's an all else equal kind of thing, right? If nothing changes in terms of party strategies and party appeals, I think it's a fair statement to say, and in fact, almost tautological, that it favors the Democrats. I think what it means is that all else cannot remain equal, because I don't really believe that the parties are going to remain static in terms of their strategies or their appeals or which groups they try to reach. I think this is, demography is not destiny in the sense it preordains certain outcomes. I think it preordains certain kinds of shifts in strategy, which is different.
Yeah, if I can jump in.
Sure.
I think for the...
Push the button right there.
Right here?
Right here.
All right. Okay. No,
Go.
you just turned it off again.
Oops. Technology doesn't like
what
us.
can I say? I think at least for the near term, this part about the older white baby boomers are going to be part of the picture. And if you look at the election results of 2012, you saw it's relatively close in Ohio, where the white margin for Republicans was not big, and the very small black population was able to counter that. But if you have more baby boomers moving into those older age groups and stay Republican, that could tip Ohio. Pennsylvania was pretty closer than a lot of people thought, although Pennsylvania is becoming more diverse probably than Ohio is. So I think this aging and the baby boomer part of it may have a couple bumps along the way, and we've seen that at least in the popular vote here for the the Electoral College vote for the 2004 forward scenario, where the Republicans would win under a 2004 Bush-era regime going to 2016 and 2020. The longer haul, yeah, I think both parties have to figure out a way to deal not only just with the minority population, but at the same time not alienate the older whites, and also not do the diverse end. We see candidates now in these primaries, I think, having a tough time with that. They tend to be focusing more on the one group and kind of alienating the other group.
Yeah, no, I agree with Bill, of course, is I always agree with him. But let me just add one thing to this, which is thinking about the generational effects of these. It is true that certain effects obtain if the baby boom generation, as they age into the senior cohort, senior part of the population, basically assumes the political coloration of current seniors. Now, that's not necessarily a fair assumption. Typically, generations carry some of their views and leanings into their, as they age through the life cycle. So right now, among the senior population, it's dominated by the most conservative generation, the silent generation. In the not too far distant future, that senior age group will be dominated by the boomers, who are actually significantly more liberal. So if they retain their generational characteristics into their senior years, it will in fact attenuate the effect of, for example, the scenario we had with increased white support, because the generational thing would have an effect on it. And it would basically, you wouldn't get as much oomph out of the larger the increase in the senior population as our models suggest.
Right. So you're saying whites change too, in the
Whites
sense
change.
that the whites today aren't the white voting bloc of, say, 2032. So in 2032, you have a person born in 1967 turning 65. That would make them post-baby boom. They'd be Gen X. They would have been born in the summer of love, by the way. Many of them would have been born. Maybe some of them might have been born.
Summer of love.
Maybe some of them would have born in 68 after the summer of love. But they would certainly be different. And part of your theory, the sort of meta theory undergirding a lot of what you're showing here, is that minority vote is reflecting diversity and white vote is reacting to diversity. And so what you're saying is, if I'm hearing this right, that part of the sort of dialectic between the two shifts if the white composition grows up more tolerant of diversity, has more liberal social values, and you're thinking that even the oomph of maybe instead of 2032 being the tipping point of the sort of white, best case white scenario, you're looking at 28 or maybe even middle of the next decade. So the point, this reaffirms your bigger point, which is as it stands now with conditions current and assuming there's nothing remains current in politics, of course. And there are people who poo-poo whole projects like this. Some political consultants look at this and say, it's really hardly any structure. It's always the conditions at the time. But given all that, this is looking kind of grim from where you sit for the Republicans as their politics now stand.
Well, I don't think of it as grim. I think of it as change is in the air. That's what I think.
Yeah. And I'm not as grim as Rui is about the Republicans, because I do think this back and forth between the older population and the younger population, even though I have, would like to think the baby boomers will become more tolerant, the Woodstock generation as it is, I think that it's going to be a while before we see that, and especially in some of these states that could be swing states. Long run, 2024, 2028, 2032, both parties have to deal with the younger minority population. But the Republicans can still eke out a couple more victories, I think, because of it.
Well, first I want to say thank you for the great presentations and also for the opportunity to be on this panel. Really enjoyed reading the report and really enjoyed particularly the maps. The maps are really interesting. A couple of comments first. As you note in the report, so many things could change. Conditions could change. And I think one of the interesting conditions that the American public is in right now is that there's an awful lot of political polarization. Republicans, for the most part, have a very different set of viewpoints than Democrats, for the most part. And some Pew Research Center reports have shown this, particularly for example, the median Republican is more conservative than 94% of the median of Democrats, and the reverse is true in terms of how liberal Democrats are compared to Republicans. In other words, America seems to be splitting. I wonder to what extent this is going to feed into future presidential elections, particularly if the public becomes much more negative about Washington. It's very negative now. Particularly if it becomes becomes of the point of view that we need to, quote unquote, throw the guys out now because we need to have something new and fresh. And I think Trump partly reflects part of that desire. So it'd be very interesting to see how all of this changes and may influence where we go with these particular scenarios. Another comment I think to make about the scenarios is, and the projections, Latinos and Asians are very interesting, I think, because of the ways in which these two populations are changing. The Hispanic population, for example, is really very different today than it was just 10 years ago. It's now being driven more by young people, U.S.-born Hispanics, who are coming of age and who are really, I think, beginning to shape some of the opinions and views of the Hispanic population overall. And immigration has really slowed so much from Latin America. Mexico now is really just not sending the number of people it used to, and it's really no longer the driver of Hispanic population growth. That has implications for the future because many of these U.S.-born Hispanics ultimately are likely to marry somebody who's not Hispanic. And so I don't know where the Hispanic population's viewpoints are going to go as we see more interracial and interethnic marriage. It's perhaps even more pronounced for Asian Americans. They intermarry at a higher rate than Hispanics do. And most of these marriages are usually to somebody from a Hispanic, somebody who's Hispanic marrying somebody who's white, and somebody who's Asian marrying somebody who's white. The other thing I think that's going to be very important is that looking forward, immigration is going to be driven to the United States more by Asia than by Latin America. So all of these things I think potentially could shape and kind of plays into one of your scenarios, the scenario with the higher GOP success among minorities, but I just don't know how those Hispanics and Asians in the future will even identify themselves, if they'll even call themselves Hispanic or Asian. All that aside, the one question that I have is, people always talk about Texas turning blue. Texas isn't blue in any of this. It kind of turns into a swing state in 2032 in scenario B, but that's it. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what's happening in Texas, because the Latino population there is growing so fast. It's a very young population. It, together with California, accounts for half of all Hispanic eligible voters. I wonder if you could talk about Texas.
Yeah, you know, the thing about Texas is that whites vote very strongly Republican under almost all of our scenarios. And as we churn that ahead, even though Texas actually turns majority minority in terms of its eligible voters in 2019, it's one of the next ones that are actually going to flip. But you know, we built in those very Republican voting whites in Texas in our future scenarios. Now that could change because Texas attracts migrants from all over the country. And so that white population, our projections aren't so sophisticated where we have brought in different migration flows between the year 2028 and 2032 from, you know, Michigan or something like that. So it could very well be that our assumptions that we put ahead based on, say, 2004 to 2012 scenarios.
Can I interject just one sentence on that? In 2014 governor race, California whites voted more Democratic than Texas Hispanics.
Yep, that's a good point. And so on the other side of this, the Hispanics in Texas are sometimes more conservative, or at least vote more Republican than Hispanics in other parts of the country too. I'm sure that contributes as well.
Yeah, no, that's important. If I actually, we have data points and all this stuff because we have heroically estimated the racial support rates for every election for every state using a variety of data sources. You can't do this one at home, folks. It's not on the exit polls, but we have it. So Texas, white support for the Democrats, 2012, 23%, 2008, 27%, 2004, 26%, 2000, 24%. These are all very, very low. And that's one reason why Texas is so hard to flip. It's because, you know, you get this extremely low white support. So even though you've got demographic change going forward with significant effects, as long as the white support remains so low, it's hard to flip the state. The other side of it is something Michael was getting at, that Latino support, not only is the minority population more Latino than in other states, but Latinos themselves are more conservative. We estimate a 58% support rate for Democrats in 2012, which is significantly below the national average. So, you know, so going forward, you could see both, you know, the Democrats needing to both increase the white support and increase arguably Latino support to be successful. And that's why Texas as a blue state it's a sexy thing, and that's why people like to talk about it. It's so big. But Georgia is actually much closer to flipping than Texas. It's got a much heavier African-American part of its minority population, and it's much more in the edge than Texas. I expected to see competitive much faster.
So that leads me to my final question, which is, in looking at these scenarios, the one thing that sort of struck me about this is, I actually don't know to what extent the role of Latinos and Asians is so important. If anything, it seems like these scenarios to a large extent are being driven by what's happening with the white population and what's happening with the African American population, partly because African Americans participate at such high rates and they lean so heavily Democrat. And in looking at sort of what might come into play in all of these different scenarios, they really seem to be states where, yes, there's a growing Latino population, yes, a growing Asian population, but it really seems to hinge a lot on the black population, partly with perhaps growth in Georgia as people move back to the South, perhaps also just those high margins of support, even though it isn't a population that's growing as fast as either Asians or Hispanics.
Yeah, well, it depends on the state, of course. I think Nevada, you could say that Hispanics have a lot to do with what's going on there. In terms of, almost Nevada is a blue state. I don't know if you could count all of our different projections. It's pretty blue, pretty much going forward. And I think you can say Hispanics are important for that. They're going to be important in Florida. They made a big difference in 2012 in Florida, countering a pretty good white vote for Republicans. They had a lot to do with it. And, you know, Texas, yeah, we talked about Texas. It's going to be a while. California, of course, it doesn't matter. New York, it doesn't matter. But Colorado, it could matter. So I think you have to pick and choose. And you're right. I mean, the blacks sometimes get undersold about what they mean about possibly flipping Georgia and maybe even some other southern states. But I think some of those states, Hispanics are going to make a big difference. And as more of these young people become citizens, I think that's the thing. It's not just immigration. It's these young people becoming citizens. That's going to make a huge difference. And I think both parties in those particular states are going to have to pay attention to that.
Bill, do you want to comment on the intermarriage and potentially shifting ethnic ID question that Mark was raising?
Yeah, you know, this is the technical part of our projections, which we didn't play out. I don't think anybody's figured out what the interracial marriages are going to be 10 years from now.
Let alone 20.
And what that means for political identity and political politics and so forth. I mean, I think there has been some literature, and you may know it, about second generation and third generation Latinos not being as strongly Democratic.
That's right.
And that may also be the case when you get into the, the multiracial things. But there must be some dissertation on this somewhere, but I have not seen it.
Are we employing a one-drop rule? Anybody with any Hispanic ancestry is counted as Hispanic?
Because these surveys rely on people to self-report and self-identify, then it's what they call themselves. So it's not a one-drop rule, it's what they self-identify, yeah.
Everyone voting in 2032 is, of course, alive today. So we have the demography that we'd see in 2032. Also, interestingly, a little diversity in a northern state seems to go a lot further. You need to overwhelm the white vote if you want to have a Democratic win in a southern state. And in a Nevada, which is northern culturally originated, it was all for union, it was a battle-born state, that is a very different white voting bloc than in Arizona, which is socioculturally an extension of the South and was even part of the voting rights concerns in the 1960s. So we see that pattern again and again throughout the country.
Thank you, and thanks for having me and having me be a part of this. I was struck by the demography shapes destiny and thought if the Romney campaign of 2012 had done their projections, they might have understood the nature of the electorate better and not had polls that were so far off internally, and maybe he wouldn't have thought on election night he was going to win. I think this stuff is excellent, and I'm a political consultant who does not poo-poo this, maybe because I'm a former academic, but and it's actually extremely helpful as I think about the work that I do. And I think one of the most important insights from this work is the age dynamic. I think that we've been talking a long time about demographic change in this country and what it's going to mean in the long term, but the notion of this block of older voters sort of being a dominant force for some time to come, I think, is something that people have not really understood very well, and I think it's a really important contribution to understanding the future of this country. As a proud Gen Xer born in 1968, not 1968, not 67, I actually think the Gen X generation, unfortunately, is sadly not a really big part of this story. And I was struck by that line you had where over time the Gen X vote is split evenly and it doesn't really change very much. And this is the generation that I started high school when Reagan was president and graduated college, and when Bush. The elder Bush was president, and so it's really the Reagan-Bush generation, and we're a pretty conservative generation, but very small generation, and doesn't really seem to me to have much impact either way. I'm not even sure there'll even ever be a Gen X president, which is really sad. At any rate, a couple observations, then a couple questions. The first is, as a Democratic political consultant, obviously this is all very encouraging. I do think it is a grim story for Republicans, though I do think, as both of you acknowledged in the report and here on the panel, demography is not actually destiny, that there's lots of things that could change. But I do think for 2016, it seems to me, at least
highly probable that the matchup will be Trump-Clinton. And in that scenario, I like the projections because I think minority margins, not necessarily turnout, but margins will continue to be as high as they were in 2012. I think what Trump activates racially will be highly motivating. It's a different motivation than Obama, right? Sort of in aspirational, inspirational, racial progress. It's a very different kind of motivation, but I do think, particularly among Latinos, and you can see, for example, if you look at interest in the election over time, it's always lower among Latinos. They're less educated, less politically active, have lower registration rates than certainly than African Americans. But over time, over the last six months or so, you've actually seen an increase in interest in the election among Latinos, and that cannot be, I think, divorced from the tenor of the conversation that's happening in the Republican primary. Similarly, I think that Trump will have a very hard time with women voters, particularly independent women, who are always a swing block in every single election. Every campaign I ever do, they're a target for us. And I think that his ratings among independent women are terrible. And I think his misogyny, his sexism, I think is a real problem for him with independent women. So again, looking at a Trump-Clinton matchup and looking at your projections, I think Democratic turnout will probably be lower than 2008 for sure. We're seeing that in the primaries and caucuses now. But I think the margins will be higher, at least as high among minorities, and probably higher among a group of white women who I think will be very turned off from Trump. So that's my observation based on what I think is happening on the ground and looking at your projections. I want to make a couple comments about the kind of assumption that the margin will stay the same among minority groups and also that turnout will remain the same. I do think, just throwing out some ideas of how I think things might change, there was a report at the end of 2012 issued by the RNC about a kind of reboot of the Republican Party. Now, I think most people would argue that that has not happened at this stage, and certainly I think it won't happen under a Trump nominee, though I think if a Rubio were the nominee, I think some of that actually would change. So there is a real question in my mind about what is the capacity of the Republican Party to actually change itself, to adjust to this these demographic changes, and I think ultimately they will, because they will just implode upon themselves if they don't. And there certainly is a history in this country of parties collapsing and reinventing themselves and becoming different. And I do think thinking about Texas is actually really interesting in this respect, because I do think Latinos are less party loyal than African Americans, and part of the reason why I think you see a lower margin in Texas among Latinos is that Latinos who traditionally vote Democratic are very willing to cross the aisle and vote for a Latino Republican. So a Ted Cruz, a Marco Rubio, a Brian Sandoval. Susana Martinez. There are lots of Latino Republican electeds who get significant Latino support, even if Latinos end up disagreeing with a lot of the things that these governors do, or other electeds do. So I think there is the possibility that without that either the Republican Party implodes and reinvents, or if they can get their act together and nominate a Rubio, that you actually can sort of see some of that reinvention happening in real time. And I think that being able to capture a chunk of the Latino vote is just obviously critical for the Republican Party to have a long-term future. Another thing that I think might impact is the ongoing economic struggles that people face. We know that we've recovered from the recession and that macroeconomic indicators suggest that we're doing okay as a country, but I can tell you most people don't feel okay. Mostly because of wage stagnation, and the cost of living has meant even in recovery, people are actually not doing better than before and don't feel better than before. And I think that has a really big impact on Democrats, in part because it happened under a Democratic president, and Democrats own the economy, or I say presidents own the economy, regardless of how much influence they have over what recoveries look like. They still own it after a certain point. Obama didn't own it in the first couple of years, but he owns it. He owns it now. And there are a lot of Democrats I talk to in focus groups who feel pretty downbeat about the fact that things didn't get better for them under a Democratic president. They don't necessarily blame Obama. A lot of them blame kind of Republican obstructionism, and he couldn't get things done, but it doesn't help you feel excited about going out to vote for the next person running as a Democrat. And I think that we see that pretty clearly right now if you look at the turnout patterns in the primaries and caucuses so far. The other change, I think that white millennials, there's no question that the social liberalism of the white millennial generation has been a big part of why Democrats have done better in the last 2 cycles. And I think actually, if we look at interracial marriage, that's obviously going to be, this is the generation and subsequent that are going to intermarry racially at the highest rate. But I don't see any evidence that economically white millennials are that much more liberal or as liberal, for example, as African Americans in terms of role of government, and certainly in terms of thinking about long-term financial security. And arguably, Democrats have not made a very good case to white millennials about why we need government. And it's so I think that is something that is. I think white millennials it's a question of what the balance between social liberalism and kind of their basic, really bad economic position they're in coming out of this recession because of what college debt and what it costs to go to college and the kind of changing nature of our economy. So those are sort of my observations. So I don't feel even though I'm encouraged by the projections as a Democrat and a Democratic consultant, I think there's a lot that's happening within the parties. And I think that there are challenges for both parties. It's more challenging for Republicans in the short run, but I think there are really significant long-term challenges for Democrats, particularly on the economy and how they talk about the economy, how we talk about the economy. So the question I have for you is a little bit different, and it's not totally fair because it wasn't necessarily part of your analysis, but the other really big demographic change is changing family structure. So we have, we already have a country that is a majority unmarried, and some of that has to do with, the death rate of men being higher than women, and some of it has to do, and people living longer, but men dying earlier than women. Some of it has to do with, the changing mores, and there's lots of reasons why we have a majority unmarried country, and it just strikes. I'm just curious if you thought about that and if it in any way plays into any of the things that you're talking about. One observation I'd make is that, I do think the kinds of support people need in a majority unmarried country is different. And I do believe that a lot of the conversation we're having right now about childcare, early childhood ed, workplace fairness, the emphasis on equal pay is a function in part of women increasingly being the breadwinners in this country. 60% of women are the breadwinners, either sole or jointly with a partner. So I believe some of this is not just because it's good politics, which it is, equal pay tests off the chart, everyone's for it. But so some of it's kind of cynical politics, but some of it I think actually does reflect the kind of the women becoming more dominant in the workplace and still facing significant barriers, either in just how logistically you organize your life as a primary caregiver, but also in terms of advancing in the workplace. So I do think it'll change what people demand of workplaces, demand of government. I think that everyone's kind of behind on it, both government and, the business. I think the private sector are behind on figuring out how to deal with women as breadwinners. And so I'm just curious how, again, it's not totally fair because it's not part of your analysis, but I'm just curious how you would react to this as also a major demographic change in this country.
Right. Well, we like unfair questions.
Okay.
That's fine. We dealt with the unmarried population somewhat in our projections report from last February, though we couldn't do any projections, but we did trace the changes over time. If you look at the eligible voter structure, it looks like about 1.5 points increase every 4-year presidential cycle in the share of eligibles that are unmarried, including both men and women, which, as actually unmarried men tend to lean Democratic as well at this point, especially relative to married men. So how much that is going to continue in the future, we just don't know. It seems hard to believe that it's going to continue going up at 1.5 points every 4 years, but this is something that is just very hard to project. We did some education projections for another paper, and they were very difficult to do, and family structure would be even worse. So I think it's an interesting question, how much these trends. First of all, are these trends going to continue? If so, what level? And second of all, will the unmarried population continue to exhibit the same kind of political behavior that it has, or will they just become fed up, as you say, with the fact that nobody seems to be doing anything, and that includes the Democrats, right? And I think you're very much on point that one thing that's a roadblock for Democrats in terms of reaping this demographic dividend is you got to deliver, and it's hard to deliver. It's hard to deliver for unmarried women. It's hard to deliver for blacks and Latinos. It's a big country. It's hard to move the ship. There are certain polarization to our politics you might have noticed. I think it's a challenge all around.
Yeah, on both the unmarried and the millennial, there's a big kind of racial dynamic in both of this among the younger generation. It's about 55% of millennials are white, about 45% are minorities. So when people talk about millennials, and the white millennials are important, but they're going to be less important. And the post-millennials, when they get to be that age, are going to be less important. And when you deal with young people, that's the case too. And different race and ethnic groups that are growing have different kinds of family structure. The Latino family structure is more traditional, at least for the first generation. The same for the Asian family structure, not as much for African Americans. And when you talk about single families, single parent families, a lot of those are African Americans, and they're part of that statistic as well. So, they're just, as Rui says, they're little chunks of the piece, but moving forward, I think the race, ethnicity, immigration, second generation, all of that probably is just important as some of these other characteristics.
Well, I'm fascinated by some of the issues that have come up here, which I think few of us anticipated would be raised when this project began 2 years ago. And I'm struck by the discussion just now with the question Anna, the smart question Anna just raised. I'm reminded of the fact that even Daniel Patrick Moynihan didn't project family structure going on into the future, and it's probably the hardest thing to project. There's a feeling among a lot of people that, well, you move away from tight moral restrictions to less so over time. That's progress. But as Roy points out, at some point maybe it stops and the gin-soaked mobs of 18th century London become the sober working class of Victorian England. Things can move in that other direction as well in ways that are exceedingly hard to predict. I'm also struck by your comments, disclosures on the age split. This is something that those of us who thought that the 2000 election result was going to go on forever, and it did go on for 37 days, but we've seen a big change since then, with the elderly moving heavily in the Republican direction, the young moving heavily in the Democratic direction, particularly in 2008, but still substantially different. Interestingly, this year we're seeing that in the Democratic primaries. We're seeing Hillary Clinton carrying the over 65s, her own age group, though she may not want me to point that out, and so forth by a wide margin. And we're seeing Bernie Sanders, who would getting the young generation, the 80% of millennials voting in the Democratic primary. Not a lot of them turn out there or in the Republican primaries. If elected, Bernie Sanders would be our second president to be an older person than the president elected 20 years before, the first example being Ronald Reagan. So anybody who sees Bernie Sanders, remind him that he's trying to join Reagan in the history books. If that might irritate him a little bit. Let me make a couple comments about history and then some observations on present things, because I think as Anna said, the parties need to adapt, and they both have challenges. It's really been true in our history. I think the parties have somewhat different challenges. The Republican Party historically has been a party with a sort of core constituency of people who are thought of as typical Americans, but aren't a national majority. White Northern Protestants in the 19th century, white married people today. The Democratic Party is sort of and their challenge is to add more people to their group in order to win elections. The Democratic Party is sort of a coalition of outgroups. White Southerners and Catholics, big city people in the 19th century, blacks and gentry liberals in the 21st century. Their challenge is in part to keep together groups that may be disparate, and we've seen some of this play out in the primaries this year and in the 2008 primaries. We talk about people of color sometimes. They don't vote that way in primaries. 2008, Barack Obama won overwhelming majority of black voters. Hillary Clinton won a big majority of Hispanic voters. Curiously, this looks different now in the 3 or 4 contests that we've had so far, and assuming as we do that how the South Carolina primary will go on Saturday, Hillary Clinton is now carrying black voters with almost as high a percentage as Barack Obama. We'll see what South Carolina confirms the rather sketchy results from Nevada in that regard. Hispanic voters, on the other hand, may have gone for Bernie Sanders in Nevada, there's some dispute whether the exit poll numbers are right. And I think the fact is that we just don't know. But she ain't carrying them 70-30 this time. That's a difference. So within parties, you can have these struggles, and people of color don't necessarily all see things the same way. You look at history. We've had huge demographic changes before. 1840s and 50s, we get an influx of Irish and Catholic, which was a big problem then for a mostly Protestant nation, and German, both Protestant and Catholic immigrants, that in its magnitude as a percentage of pre-existing population was 3 times what we saw in the surges of immigration from 1982 to 2007. You had various approaches. William Seward, the Whig governor of New York, as a young man, courted the Irish by trying to make the public schools less Protestant in their orientation. That didn't work for him. Abraham Lincoln, in large part, won because he added to the Republican base of Yankee diaspora German immigrants. He was an immigrant-friendly guy. William McKinley, as Karl Rove's book, recent interesting book, points out, was very alert to, in northeastern Ohio, to immigrants, Germans, and the new Ellis Island immigrants from southern and eastern Europe who started arriving in big numbers in 1892, going on till World War I, and then a few years afterwards until restrictive immigration laws. Ellis Islanders were a consistent challenge for the parties to adapt to. In many ways, you had lots of Italians, Poles, other Slavs, Jews from Eastern Europe. Can they be real Americans? You have, you find this struggle played out, especially in New York State, which during this whole period was the largest state and a swing state in every election. It was a California that could go either way, which we don't have today. The closest thing we have to that is Florida. New York was that way, so you get and it tilts people to the left, particularly Jewish immigrants who were not attached strongly to either the Republican or the Democratic Party. The fight for Jewish immigrants who were liberal on cultural and economic issues tilts, I think, the whole national political scene to the left in the first half of the 20th century. You got New York, 1940 and 44, we have 2 party nominees who are both from New York City. Subway Series, and in 1944, 7% of popular votes were cast in the 5 boroughs of New York City. New York, since the last 50 years, been safe Democratic, but that was, so we've worked through this, and those were challenges for both parties. Just a couple more observations on today. We've talked, I mentioned the point that all non-whites are not the same. There's some significant differences between them, and my little comment about the California difference. California whites are more Democratic in the governor races, at least the last governor race, than Texas Hispanics. We do get this variety, and I gather in the state things we're adapting to that. Hispanics are a lot different in a lot of states. For reasons that I don't believe I fully understand. Mark Lopez probably has a better understanding of some of these things, but it's a big deal. Asians, I don't think we've got a real grip on what Asian voters are like, and they are, as it happens, heavily concentrated in states that are now heavily Democratic. They only get really one form of racial discrimination, which is college and universities discriminate against them in their admissions processes. I think that's indubitable. Nobody seems to be bothered. Not very many people seem to be bothered by that, but it is a fact, as it was.
Ron Unz is.
As Jews were discriminated against by these same universities from the 1920s to the 1960s. Just 2 more points. Your top figure for Republicans is getting 64% of whites. I'm not sure that's a ceiling. As you point out, it's the high Reagan, Nixon 72, Reagan 84. I think one of the things we see in history is that when people are self-consciously part of a minority group that they feel is discriminated against, they tend to vote more cohesively. We can see this in the history of black Americans voting heavily Republican from the 1860s to the 1930s, where they were permitted to vote, heavily Democratic since the middle of the 1960s, near unanimous. You go to black churches before elections, people talk about unity. We got to have unity. You've heard this. It's irrational. If you feel like you're discriminated against because of your personal characteristics, that this society is in some ways unfair to you, and certainly black Americans have had plenty of reason to think that, you're maybe going to want to have solidarity and unity. I think one of the things we see with the Trump phenomenon is a lot of white people feel that way. They feel that, and you could go on their litany and argue whether they have legitimate grievances or not, but I think that's that way. When you're telling them they were going to be a minority real soon, they're starting to behave like a minority. 59% for Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney got 59% of white Catholics. By my sense of history, white Catholics, that's the highest percentage for a Republican candidate from white Catholics ever since the Republican Party started in 1854. So that's it. The last point I'd make is to underline what I thought Mark Lopez and Anna Greenberg both referred to, which is self-identification. Why have black Americans remained so unanimous? Because they self-identify with a whole series of things that happen which are related to something they can't change, personal characteristic that is generally recognized and that has been a subject of, a pretext for negative treatment by other people for many years. You can argue how much it is today, but it sure has been for a long time. Do Hispanics feel that way? Will Governor Greg Abbott of Texas's children, whose mother is an Hispanic from South Texas, feel that they are Hispanics and have to assert their Hispanic identity in their political behavior and that sort of thing? One of many examples that we can think about. We have a sort of one-drop rule in identifying ethnicity. If your father is, quote, Asian, unquote, then, Kamala Harris's mother was from, I think, Tamil Nadu, the Attorney General of California who's running for the Senate. In India, does she identify as an Asian? Is she concerned about the discrimination against Asians in the Ivy League and Stanford and other places, which indubitably exists? I kind of doubt it. So I think these things stop becoming drivers of voting behavior for some people sometimes. I think a lot of Italians in New York, Italian Americans, voted for Mario Cuomo in 1982 and kind of felt it was important he was Italian. The late Justice Antonin Scalia, whose loss we mourn, was confirmed by a vote of 98-0. You would have no trouble understanding why, if you visited, as I did once with Joe Biden during that period, an Italian-American restaurant in Wilmington, Delaware. The idea that he would have voted against an Italian, unthinkable. That ethnicity has become less important to people. So I think you've set out a good set of guidelines and guideposts for a world that will be changing in some way, and perhaps marriage and personal behavior ways, in ways that we can't entirely anticipate.
Okay, I think we have 15 minutes left, so we can do some audience Q&A. And there's a mic coming around, so whoever gets that mic first gets the priority on this. You're the selector.
Thank you. That's very interesting, but I would like to ask you each to consider how reliable your demographics are. If there's the kind of allegations of voter suppression as there was in Ohio with Bush Gore and Kerry, of moving around, understaffing certain precincts, et cetera, and that kind of thing that Republican-controlled states can do, and also the role of voter suppression laws? Isn't there an argument to be made that you just need to keep certain voting groups out based on your demographics?
Well, yeah, I mean, we used sort of the statistics that are provided by the Census Bureau. We massaged them a little bit to make them better, so they, were consistent with other kinds of data. These are very important questions. There's no question about it, and there are probably ways that we could fine-tune what we did under those kinds of assumptions. But kind of the broad, big picture that we've tried to do for all of these states, for all of these groups moving forward, that gets into it a little bit, into the weeds a little more than we were able to do. They're certainly very important questions, and if it's systemic, that we have this continued voter suppression, and we know that it's going to continue in some states, that certainly you can come into our projections and play with those, and that may be a very good exercise for us or someone else to do with the data that we have.
Yeah. I mean, you can see the sort of rational calculus that might conceivably lie behind trying to make voting laws more stringent. I mean, one way to mitigate the potential effects of demographic change if you're on the losing end is just to make sure they can't show up. That said, you look at the effects so far, and, if that was my strategy, I don't think I'd be too optimistic. I mean, the biggest target of these laws has been African Americans, I think. And African American turnout has been through the roof in big elections. So it hasn't gone down, it's gone up. So maybe it is a strategy that's being sort of adopted by some political forces, but so far it doesn't seem to have had much effect.
I just think there's a distinction between what happens demographically and what happens with political power. So you take a state like Pennsylvania, which has some of the worst state legislative districts in terms of lack of competitive seats, and if there's now a Democratic governor, there's now a Democratic Supreme Court, there's a possibility that in 2020 those lines will be redrawn, and that becomes a place where you don't have a stranglehold on power, at least congressionally and in the legislature. But, you look at like a Wisconsin, right? I mean, if you look at these different states, you can have all this demographic change, but if the structures that are in place right now are not changed through electoral changes in 16 and 18, you can just have as much Republican power, even if, in terms of the national popular vote, Democrats are doing better. So I just think there's a big distinction between what happens in the national popular vote and what happens in each individual state, where the structures that are there now have a long-term impact on the future, even if those demographics are changing in the state.
That's a great point, Anna. Just if I can plug our project, in year 3, we're actually going to be looking into exactly a lot of those questions about what happens within the states.
And clearly, due to gerrymandering, it's not like the current population is reflected in
Right.
Congress, at least.
Yep.
All right, more questions over here?
Sorry, did you have?
And work into the center a bit more in the next round. These guys are isolated. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering that recently something I've been looking into that hasn't been discussed very much is the fact that as a result of the shale gas boom and all the fracking that's been going on in the Midwest, there's been a surprising level of population shift over into those areas. So for example, North Dakota, according to the most recent estimates, had a 12% increase in population over the past few years. Because of the fact that the Electoral College puts so much emphasis on the power of states and elections, do you think that, at least in the short term, while this boom is still going on, that that's going to impact the outcome of elections?
Bill, do you have a view?
Well, yeah, very soon I'm predicting North Dakota isn't going to be growing very rapidly because of the way things have been going. I mean, what we've done in these projections is we assume what most people do is changing the electoral votes after the 2020 census based on projections up till now and assuming those ahead. So at least in our state level stuff, which is what this is all about, we have assumed a reapportionment after the 2020 census that's consistent with the current projections. I'm not sure if it helps North Dakota very much, but that's one of the problems with kind of dealing with the Electoral College. It only gets adjusted every 10 years. So if you have a really rapidly growing area, you don't know that until after the next census. It may stop growing by then, but that's the way it works.
You want to walk? One here and then one over there. Okay. Someone has a mic over there?
Oh, yeah. So I have a question about the elder population, but I just have to say something about the Asian American electorate also. I mean, I think we don't know enough about them because we're not asking, right? So I think that whether it's the real things that Asian Americans are facing with respect to xenophobia and the anchor baby comments that are made on the campaign, or hate crime violence and Islamophobia, or the fact that Asian Americans on the whole support affirmative action, actually. I mean, I think that as an electorate, I think they make an interesting and complex sort of contribution to what's happening in terms of the research that's out there. But that said, my question is actually about elder populations and particularly elders of color. So I think a lot of the conversation thus far has sort of separated the graying of America from the browning of America. So to the extent that what do we know about older people of color, and are they voting as conservative as their white counterparts, and what role do they play as a swing electorate?
Well, a couple of points on that. We do actually know something about the Asian electorate. Some very good studies done by Pew about, and it shows a lot of diversity within the Asian population by country of origin, but there's certainly the general pattern is for the pro-democratic ethnicities like Indian or whatever being much more important than a relatively pro-Republican like Filipino. But one thing to keep in mind about Asians is to the extent they lean Democratic, it isn't just about discrimination. It's probably more, at least in that line, more about the immigration issue rather than overt discrimination in jobs or what have you. And very importantly, they are among the most pro-government constituencies in the American public that we can measure. They actually are pretty much okay with a bigger government that provides more services, and obviously that's a big dividing line in American politics today. One thing I'd point out about the the browning versus the graying of America, that kind of gets to your question, at least I think it's relevant, is one thing that people don't understand is that we're going to have a much larger senior population going forward among eligible voters, but almost all of that increase is going to come from minorities. Basically Latinos and Asians, so blacks. So, I mean, people, think, when we talk about a big senior population, it's all just a bunch of white people. That's going to become increasingly less true over time, which I think is quite relevant. Anybody else? Okay.
Does the modern nominating process prevent even if a party believes leaders think that wiser heads should prevail, does the modern nominating process, where each head is counted equally, preclude reforms that parties might wish to make?
I think it's not insignificant that the nominating process, which I think is the weakest part of our political system, is the one part that was not addressed in any way by the framers of the Constitution. They didn't give us any guidelines. We're still trying to get it right. We've been changing the process. I was in the hall at the Democratic Convention in 1968 when the Johnson-Humphrey people, the one vote they lost was on setting up what became the McGovern-Fraser Commission to change the party rules. And both parties have been trying to get it right ever since, to improve it. Whether you think they have or not, I think neither party's leaders nor its followers would say that they have stumbled onto an ideal solution, and I don't have one either.
We have time for a couple more questions. And then back there.
Well, I'm just curious, unlike the question of how intermarriage affects voting behavior, and unlike the family structure affecting voting behavior, just naively, one would think that there's some data on how generations that have political identities change over times in the graying process. How much of it is, you have distinct people grew up under the horror of Carter and the great Reagan years, or under the, wonderful Clinton years and terrible Bush years, or whatever, going back, that they have certain a generation has a fixed attitude, but then it gets older and you maybe get more conservative or not. Is there data and historical experience that leads you to conclude how much in this graying it's going to be the actual generation changing its attitudes, or just old people changing their political attitudes because a new generation with a different political frame enters a higher voting year.
Right. Well, I think basically you're asking what is the stickiness of generational political attributes through the life cycle. One model says, well, you're a socialist when you're under 30, and then, you become a conservative by the time you're 50 or whatever. It's sort of like everybody starts in the same place, and they go through the life cycle, and they get more conservative. That doesn't appear to be true, as far as we can tell from the data. There are generational IDs in terms of their political leanings, both partisan ID and other political attitudes. So some generations are just more liberal, or whatever you want to call it, than others. The millennial generation is more liberal, far more liberal than the silent generation, which is the most conservative, who in turn are, and the baby boomers are kind of in between. The early baby boomers are more conservative, less conservative than the older baby boomers, and so on. Now, that's not to say there's not some conservatizing effects as you go through the life cycle, and certainly it's possible that baby boomers and future generations that go into their senior years will be just as conservative as seniors today. But we would expect that not to be the case if there's generational effects on, if some of the generational attitudes are sticky, which we think they probably are. How sticky have they been in the past? They've been pretty sticky.
But there are life cycle changes that do create political change over time. So getting married and having kids,
Yes.
which is often associated with also becoming more religious, does make people, even if they start out liberal, more conservative. It doesn't necessarily make them into Christian right activists, but it does. So I think most political science research suggests it's both.
And
there's
it's-
cohort effects and there's generational effects.
And it's different on different issues. I
Yeah.
mean, we've seen same-sex marriage, a huge divide between the generations, and one of the reasons perhaps for the increasing age break as the Democratic Party became identified with same-sex marriage and the Republican Party opposed. Both parties' constituencies are sort of split 2-1 or 3-1 on opposite sides, but they're split, but the age groups are just, totally different. Abortion, millennials, if anything, are, they've grown up with, these images of babies within the womb and things. They are not more liberal than the elder generation, and arguably maybe a little less so, depending on how you frame the issue. So it's different on different issues.
Right, yes, true.
Back there.
Hi, my name is Jan Bates. Your simulations didn't consider income or wealth. Suppose that the minorities of the country get considerably richer. How will that affect the way they vote?
They might become more Republican.
Yeah, they haven't become Republican enough in the case of Indian Americans who have higher average incomes than native-born
And that
Americans.
is not going to happen anytime soon. So.
And in
Well, they
case,
voted for Chris Christie in New Jersey.
in the case of Hispanics, if you look across different demographic subgroups, whether by education or whether by income, at least in 2008 and 2012, very strong support for Obama. In fact, there's hardly any difference across the demographic subgroups by income or by education among Hispanics. I suspect that's going to continue to be the case, but interestingly, many Hispanics think things are going to get better in the future, and they expect their children to be better off than they are today. So a lot of optimism, even though other indicators show that they haven't quite yet recovered from the recession.
And remember, a lot of upper middle class whites with educations vote for Democrats as well. It's not just, a wealth effect. One last question, maybe right here. If we can get into, we'll try it.
Thank you. Mark, you mentioned about the Asian Americans, but you didn't mention about natural-born citizen versus
Yes.
naturalized citizens.
Yes.
Like I am.
Yes.
I don't. Can you comment on that?
Sure. So one of the
I have my own opinion, but
Now, let's get some data.
It's a really, really important question. So a couple of comments first. A lot of the growth in the number of Hispanics eligible to vote is coming from young U.S.-born Latinos who come of age. Just between 2012 and 2016, about 3 million plus have entered adulthood that way. But naturalizations are very important for Hispanic eligible voter growth too. About another 1.2, 1.4 million since 2012 have naturalized. Interestingly, for Asian Americans, it's the flip. Most of the growth in the Asian American eligible voter pool is coming from naturalizations, because among adult Asian Americans, 75% are foreign born. And many Asian Americans actually choose to naturalize at much higher rates than their Hispanic counterparts. All that said, what does it mean? Well, in the Hispanic side of the ledger, certainly there's been no difference in voter in how they've supported Barack Obama, at least in 2008, 2012. They look just like everybody else. But voter turnout rates have been higher for the naturalized than for those who are U.S. born. The same thing is true with Asian Americans. It's a slight difference, but it's important to note that the naturalized tend to vote at about a rate of 2 to 3 percentage points higher among Hispanics than the U.S. born.
One last question.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Okay.
I thought we have 1 minute left.
We have
Somebody has
1
to-
minute left, yes.
Somebody has to answer it in lightning
Very
speed.
quickly.
Okay, right there.
Hi. I wanted to speak about my reflection of the diversity and demographic politics in my Republican committee in my town and state. Most of the new committee people being brought in under the umbrella of diversity are libertarian young people who are, their diversity issue is the gay rights issue. And it's really almost exclusively that. My question is, it seems these are quite, although on zoning issues there may be Republican, and on economic issues they may be Republican, on social issues they're very liberal. Yeah. And my question is, how will that play out when it comes to national election? We're much more likely to get a more conservative Republican candidate. Will they then flip and vote Democratic?
Very quickly.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I say, maybe.
And with that,
That's a very good answer.
Could happen.
great.
And I'd like now
We're on
to
time.
thank Bill and Rui for a wonderful introduction and the panel. And now I'd like to invite all of you to join us in the lunch line. There are 2 lunch lines outside, but I want you to be able to come back and hear Rob Griffin describe our data and the interactive that he's produced. So please get your lunches as quickly as you can.
Noted the Democrat, do these people get differentials in turnout has struck you in the primaries?
Yes. It's dramatic.
It's not good news for Democrats.
Nicely done.
Not.
Nicely done.
Hey, Rob.
I noticed
Could you all take your seats, please? Rob Griffin has been an enormously important part of this project for the last several years, crunching the numbers, helping us with the analysis, and we thought we'd give him a little time today just to talk about the interactives that are going to be available on the AEI website, the Brookings website, and the CAP website. Rob Griffin.
Go on? All right, there we go. Carlin, thank you for that extremely warm welcome. I'm just going to add one additional credential here, in that I'm the only millennial up here today. We don't see a lot of that diversity going on. What a great discussion, by the way. What an absolutely wonderful analysis by our panelists. But my suspicion, my strong suspicion, is that for some of you politicos in the crowd, some political junkies, we've whetted your appetite, but we haven't quite filled your belly. To that extent, we've kept you in mind. Don't worry. We've created something special just for you. But before I get to it, and you can kind of already see it up here behind me, before I get to it, let me step back for a second and put it into context. In the course of Bill Ruey and I working on this project, we really dreamed up dozens, well over 100 different types of simulations, altering turnout, altering support, making different assumptions about how these things would combine with one another, to come up with eventually the 6 scenarios that we presented in the report. That said, there are just hundreds, if not thousands, of other scenarios out there that are potentially just as politically salient and speak to not even just sort of the directions that the parties might take, but also to the effect that demographics will have on the future of the American political landscape. And for us, that was sort of money on the table, right? We knew that we could produce this report, but there was all this other stuff that we're going to leave behind. And so just to make this distinction, I always think in my head, what's the difference between good research and great research? Good research is something that you can step into, make a couple of realizations, spread them out throughout the rest of the world. Great research is a well that you can return to over and over again. And hopefully, you can put data and tools into other people's hands and allow them to make sort of findings of their own. Spread a little light, spread a little knowledge. So with that in mind, we're very proud to present what we've dubbed the election oracle. And I know this can be a little bit hard to see from your guys' seats. If anybody wants to load this up on their computers or mobile phones, stone tablets, seeing stones, whatever you've got, it runs on it. You can follow along with me. But just to walk you through it a little bit, the very first thing that you'll see is this map up here in the top upper left-hand corner, which is the 2012 results. These don't change at any time. The past is the past, right? This is just sort of locked in stone, but it's a reference point to see sort of how not only the different scenarios you might play out on this interactive, but also sort of the different presets that are on here might play out over time. So 2012 locked in. And as we go left to right and top to bottom, we have results from 2016, 2020, 2024, 2028, and 2032. Now, what do you see actually loaded up in front of you? There are a number of presets loaded into the interactive that essentially simulate the first 3 scenarios that we talked about in this report. We have 2012, and below we have sort of the national turnout and support rates for different racial groups in that setting. If we go over to 2008, thank you, we can see those shift just a little bit. Very similar elections in a lot of ways, but they do move around. But you can see how, over time, we see different states sort of pop in and out and move over to the Democratic or Republican margin. But this is kind of old hat. You guys already saw this, right? You just sat through a whole presentation on it. We can go back to 2012, Heather. What we also want to allow users to do is to alter turnout and support rates themselves and see how that would play out, see how their own sort of simulations of the electorate would play out. So Heather, if you want to toggle support there, we can see how states move from red to blue, as we move white support more Republican or blue to red, as we go more Democratic. And we can see how each of these scenarios sort of play out a little bit differently. Now, it's something worth noting here that, we've taken, I think, pains today to say so, that the highest aspirations that we had for this project were really to document the changes that were going to happen as a result of demographic changes. We were not setting out to create some victory generation machine for the Democratic or Republican Party. Now that said, if you were interested in that type of thing, if this is the type of room that I suspect it is, and you wanted to play out your own settings about these and sort of get a good sense of whether Democrats or Republicans, what advantages or disadvantages they might have in the future, this is pretty damn good at it. And we're damn proud of it for it. So let's just play out one of the settings that we kind of heard about today. The setting not necessarily of just moving around minority support or just moving around white support, but maybe a little bit of a combo. So Heather, if you want to reset it really quick. We'll start by moving white support 3 points more Republican, taking from a 58% margin to a 61% margin. And then we'll also move, let's say, Hispanic support. We'll move it from, other direction. Move it down to 61. So what this would represent is a 6-point swing pro-Republican among whites, as well as a 20-point swing among Hispanics. So this would be some simulation where the Republican Party gets a little bit more of the white vote and a relatively large margin of the Hispanic vote compared to what they did in 2012. And as we can kind of see immediately, as we move into 2016, a number of states shift over to Republicans compared to 2012. Colorado, Iowa, Ohio, Virginia, Florida, and New Hampshire. And it results in a Republican win in 2016, 285 to 253. Moving over to 2020, Virginia pops back into the Democratic column. This largely a result of essentially the demographic changes occurring largely in the northern suburbs of Virginia. But it pops back first. We go forward in time, suddenly it becomes a Democratic win, with Colorado popping back into the Democratic column. Move forward to 2028, Iowa and North Carolina moving back in, and then a steady result in 2032, although the national margin changes. Again, we hope you guys enjoy this. We hope that you actually think up something that we did not think of and sort of, are able to take the data and tools that we've had throughout this process at our fingertips and come up with something new, come up with something interesting that tells us a little bit more about the future of the two parties in the United States. So just one final note. If anybody would like any additional information about this or how it works, or if you'd like to be put into a statistically induced coma, you should feel free to come talk to me afterwards. I'm more than happy to talk about it. Thanks, everybody. Hello. Well, thanks for that demonstration of the interactive, Rob. I think that, people are going to have a lot of fun playing with it. There are literally, not only dozens, hundreds, there are literally an infinite number of scenarios that you can play with. So, you are the master. We urge you to take a hold of that interactive and take it for a spin. And it's all shareable. You can put it in Facebook, blog posts, what have you. But what I'm here for is to introduce our speaker, Joel Benenson. Now, Joel probably needs no introduction, but let me give him a very brief one anyway. Joel is founder and head of the Benenson Strategy Group, one of the premier polling organizations in the United States. He was chief pollster for President Obama in both 2008 and 2012. And today you could say he's kind of involved in the presidential campaign because he's chief strategist for Hillary Rodham Clinton, who the last time I checked has a reasonably good chance of becoming the Democratic nominee. But leaving that aside, just let me say on a personal note that I've known Joel for quite a while. And there's a lot of people who look at numbers, but I think Joel is quite adept at getting behind the numbers, looking at the story they tell, connecting that to the way the electorate has been changing over time, showing us different looks. I mean, it's an art and a science to get all this stuff down. And I think Joel typically does a superb job. And we're so happy he can share his thoughts with us today on campaigns and changing demographics. Joel?
Thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Rui, for the invitation. It's delighted to get a little time out of Brooklyn and off the road, even if it means coming to Washington for a day and away from home again, which is New York. I also want to thank the folks at Brookings, AEI, and CAP for the work they did in sharing it with me and giving me a little bit of a glimpse of it. It's pretty fascinating, and Rui and I have had the opportunity to talk over the years, probably since the emerging Democratic majority, about demographics and what they meant. So I want to give you not just a view of this report. I've had a brief look at it, and only a very brief look at it. In fact, I think only this morning did I get to look at the juiciest stuff from my vantage point as a pollster and political consultant is about the Electoral College predictions and simulations, some of which you just saw. But I think it's really fascinating, in particular when you looked at those numbers, and I looked at them and I looked at scenarios A through F, and I came to one very big conclusion, that if me and my fellow Democratic consultants can screw this up, we're really going to be run out of town in a hurry, let me tell you. But that would mean that, in fact, that demographics will mean everything regarding the Electoral College. And what I really want to spend my time today talking with you a little bit about, and then I want to leave time for questions, because that's always the best part. But I want to talk about some of the social, structural, political dynamics and issues that can come into play and be caveats, if you will, to these really interesting and exciting simulations, and go a little bit beyond the caveats in the report. I looked at those simulations and read the report that came out a little earlier than the one I got yesterday, and it reminded me of the day in November of 2011. David Axelrod, Jim Messina, Patrick Espard, and I went up to Harlem to meet with President Clinton at the time to show him some of our data. And the gist of it, Messina showed him a big spreadsheet on the screen and said, we have 42 different paths to 270 electoral votes. And the Republicans don't come close to that. Now, some of the basic reasons for that, apart from demographics, I'll just give you the electoral vote scenario that we were working with in 2012. If you look at states that Democrats have won in 6 out of 6, the last 6 elections, or 5 out of the last 6 presidential elections, it adds up to 257 electoral votes. It means we're only 13 shy of getting to 270 if we perform as well in those states that we have already demonstrated a track record of performing well in. If you apply the same math to the Republican side on 5 out of 6 plus 6 out of 6 states, they get to 168, 158. That's an astonishing difference. That's why we had 43 different paths, why they have many fewer, which poses a challenge for them. From our vantage point, I don't want to go too much into 2016 here, but just to throw out an example, one state that we've only won 1 out of 6 times by 2 points and lost by 2 points is North Carolina. We lost by North Carolina with President Obama not visiting the state, being outspent by Governor Romney 5-1, and we lost by 2 points. We played enough just to make sure the Romney camp had to play fully in it. But if we won North Carolina and no other state, that 257 would obviously get to 270, and we have many other combinations like that. So while there are clear advantages there, and demographics do play a role in that, I should also say that a couple of days after the 2012 election, I published an op-ed in the New York Times entitled "Demographics Are Not Destiny." And I believe that. I believe that campaigns are ultimately won and elections are ultimately won by the candidate and the party that have a vision and offer a vision and a set of values that are in touch with where the electorate is. And in this case, we're talking about the national electorate and the American people. But your report poses some interesting questions to me that I want to lay out, if you'll indulge me for a second to read directly from the conclusion on the report that I got this morning. Neither party can be assured of long-term dominance simply from shifting dynamics. Goes on to say both parties will have considerable work to do in order to adjust to the changing structure of the eligible electorate. And while shifting Democrats favor Democrats, demographics favor Democrats, when all else is held equal, there are significant vulnerabilities because of the aging of the electorate, which favors Democrats now, and if they perform like the silent generation, which I don't think is a foregone conclusion, that would be a problem for Democrats. But on the Republican side, they face a clear need to enhance their appeal to America's rapidly growing population, especially new minorities. And lastly, the prudent course may very well be to adapt now rather than later to onrushing demographic change. So those are 4 brief snippets from the conclusion that I read this morning. And I really don't disagree with them, although I might have one quibble with the last one. The prudent course may very well be to adapt now rather than later. I think the problem that the Republican Party faces today is that it may already be too late for them to adapt. We've gone through decades of significant change, and they have been not just behind the curve, but they have been way behind the curve on these changes. And in fact, I think it's a question that you see people in the Republican Party wrestling with as well as me. So if you think this is just a partisan comment, it really isn't. You know, they've taken steps to look at this themselves. But what they're not addressing beyond the demographics gets back to the vision and values piece of this equation. When I look at the Republican brand today, and believe me, we look at a lot of data, we take nothing for granted, and nothing that I'm saying here should be misconstrued to be a foregone conclusion about the enterprise I'm involved in now, obviously. But the Republican brand at the national level is a badly damaged brand. It is continually viewed as more out of touch than in line with the views of most mainstream Americans. It is continually viewed as a party that is out of date and stuck in the past rather than focused on the future. And they have significant deficits on both of those measures versus the Democratic Party in general. That doesn't just come from demographics. It comes from, I believe, some critical issues that people are in a very different place than the Republican Party is today. And so I always kind of laugh when I hear Republicans in Congress talk about how they represent a majority of the American people, which in fact, by the way, they don't. I don't know if anybody's ever done the nerdy work that I do, and I added up the population of all the states represented by 2 Democratic senators, 2 Republican senators, and the states that have 1 each, I divided 50-50. Well, lo and behold, the Democratic minority of senators represent 170 million Americans. The Republicans represent about 145. So the claim that they represent a majority is wrong, but more importantly, it's where they are on issues where an even bigger majority of Americans are in a very different place from their party. You know, we had a Republican president introduce comprehensive immigration reform. We've had an entire party, that President Bush's party, walk away from this issue. That puts them not just out of touch with Latinos and Asians and people coming from other parts of the world now in more numbers, obviously. It puts them out of touch with the millennial generation that considers themselves citizens of the world as much as citizens of America. The issue of gay marriage and LGBT discrimination. You cannot underestimate the ongoing repercussions of the Republican obstinance on this issue with critical audiences. I have seen data where when bills pass, like they did in Indiana in May of this year, allowing businesses to discriminate against LGBT Americans, that the impact of that was 9 to 10 points on the Republican Party and Republicans on being out of touch. One bill, Indianapolis, happened to be right before the Final Four, a major national event which brought a whole host of businesses to speak out. They are the party of climate deniers, when the vast majority of Americans not only believe in climate change, but 2/3 believe we need to take action now or in the very near future, the next couple of years, to reverse the damage that global warming is having on our planet. And it is a very outward-looking view. It is not just about America, it's about the planet overall. And I would say, even on tax and economic policy, they are now out of touch with where Americans are, who, if you recall President Obama's campaign in 2012, talking about building an economy from the middle out, not the top down, taking on the notion that the deck was stacked for those at the top with disproportionate tax benefits, loopholes, etc., that are benefiting those at the very top. He won in a very tough environment because our economy wasn't fully recovered, but he leaned in boldly on those issues and got reelected with 51% of the vote, which, by the way, makes him only one of 7 presidents in our history to be elected and reelected with 50% or more of the vote. So keep in mind, while I'm a Democrat, and I consider myself a progressive Democrat, although some of my friends in the Progressive Democratic Party don't think I'm progressive enough, we are fundamentally a centrist country. We rebelled against the strong centralized power of the King of England. We built a government system, our founders did, that was designed actually to foster a degree of inaction, if you will, separation of powers, checks and balances, don't concentrate power in one place. It makes democracy messy. We've done it well for most of our life as a young country, but we aren't doing it well enough now. And when I talk about the Republican brand being out of touch and out of date, and I talk to a lot of Republican consultants too, we have the benefit of going to a lot of conferences and we bounce ideas around or not, they might disagree with some of what I'm saying, but as a party, they really haven't. Remember in 2012, right, a little over 3 years ago, they did an autopsy on the Republican brand, right? As far as I can tell, the corpse is still pretty cold. They haven't revived it at all. They haven't made any of the changes that they talked about. They haven't addressed any of the issues on the policy side that they said they needed to address, and they surely haven't addressed any of the demographic challenges that your report points out, not just over the past couple of decades, but the coming decades as well. So, I think the first piece of this document that came out that I enjoyed was the pure demographic analysis and the state of change report. And there was a quote in there. I won't bore you with too many quotes from the report, but I figure I'm up here and I've got this nice invitation. I ought to promote the report a little bit because I like it a lot and I'm going to be talking a lot about it. I hope we'll continue the discussion after today. But in that first one, it said, there are things reasonable people can agree on. Quote, the first is that over the long term, public policy must adjust to the needs of a quite different America. And it went on to say that policy, both national and state, must become increasingly diversity-oriented or be deemed ineffective. And I agree with those on some level. But the imperative that it states out, I also wonder if it's not fair to raise a question about this in the sense that we have gone through 2 to 3 rapidly changing decades on the demographic front. But I don't think our politics has matched what we're talking about in this report. Why hasn't that happened? One of the majority-minority states that you folks point out, which is Texas, it's a die-hard red state. It's gotten less progressive over the years, not more progressive as their demographics have changed. There's no indication in that state of it shifting back soon enough, from my vantage point. I've worked in races there. It's very hard. The demographics aren't always predictive. The Latino population in Texas is very conservative on some issues, particularly choice, which is an issue Democrats have used in other places. So I think that while these demographics change, they don't mean the same thing in all places, nor does it mean that politicians at the local level as well as the national level are adjusting and adapting and embracing the emerging diversity, and Texas is a good example of it, whether they've embraced it as opposed to attacking it. And I think there are political ways in which it gets attacked that are obvious. Some are not subtle. The gerrymandering of congressional districts that's going on, our reapportionment system today, is outdated. It allows people to manipulate the political system in a way that benefits them for short-term gains, but I rest assured it's going to create long-term consequences for them, and those may come to bear during the decades that your new report is looking forward to for the folks who put this out today. There's been a real unintended consequence of some of the things we've done in voting rights, or maybe they are intended through gerrymandering. We have fewer and fewer places in America because states have gerrymandered minority districts into almost exclusive minority districts at a rate far greater than they did at the outset of the Voting Rights Act. And what that means is we have very few white legislators representing minority constituents in America compared to where we did in the early decades after the Voting Rights Act was passed. So the system is being manipulated, I guess, in a way that can also dilute consensus around issues that affect diverse populations. The attacks on voting rights. I mean, I got to say, the people who are screaming loudest about fraud in elections are all in red states where Republicans have been winning election after election. So if there is this rampant epidemic of fraud, I assume it's helping them win elections, and it's got nothing to do with the people that they're trying to make line up at the polls for 5 hours to cast a vote, and there's been no evidence of it existing. So those things are really part of manipulations in the political system, I think, that also belie any attempt on the Republicans' part right now to embrace the diversity that's going to be vital in the future. I think governmentally, right here in this town, we've got some real challenges right now. I think we've had enormous obstruction. I think it's the first time in any of our lives we can remember a Senate Majority Leader standing up and saying our goal is to make the President of the United States a one-term president. The use of the filibuster, which has been used to obstruct more in this president's term than previously, is a relic. I mean, it's an outdated rule. You know, when we first founded this country, the ratio of population, we created this Senate with 2 senators per state. The ratio of population from our largest state to the smallest state was 7-1, Virginia to Delaware. Today, the ratio of our largest population to the smallest state is 66-1. California to Montana, Wyoming, they're both all in that range, some of the Dakotas. The notion that a senator from a state can tie up everything for what they want when we've got the vast majority of Americans aligned on something just says there's something outdated in this. Let's make progress. Let's get into the 21st century. You know, I understand the Senate appreciates their rules, but this is an easy thing to change. We hear people talk all the time about give people an up or down vote. Well, there's nothing like the filibuster that stops it, except something called the Hastert rule, which is an even more modern rule created by the former Speaker of the House, Denny Hastert. Most of the folks, you probably remember this, right? Where now they won't put a bill on the floor of the House if a majority of people in the House of Representatives support it. You have to have a majority of the Republican majority caucus. Well, that's called a faction. And for any of you who've seen Hamilton, or if you haven't studied the Federalist Papers and the Founding Fathers, they hated political parties. They didn't like political parties. They didn't like open campaigning, but they hated factions more than anything. And so what we've got now is really a factionalized system that is allowing us to obstruct progress we need to make. And if you could look only at the number of laws passed by Congress, this Congress has passed about 105 laws. Democratic president, Republican-controlled Congress, 105 laws. In 2008, with a Republican president and a Democratic-controlled Congress, they passed over 1,100 laws. Now, I'm not here to say just passing laws is always good, or that every law is going to be good, but it shows an ability to act and take action, at least, on what people in both parties thought needed to be addressed. So I think we've got political issues around whether parties are going to embrace diversity or play to their short-term gains on a local level, which could cost them nationally. I think we've got some governmental issues, structural issues, that I think as a country we have to address, because I don't think we can keep going through periods of inaction and obstruction like this. So while I think that your conclusion in your report today is right, I think the political demands that are being placed on both parties by your demographic analysis are profound, and I'm not sure or clear that their response will be speedy, or certainly not speedy enough. And I want to go into one last thing before we get into questions. You know, I talked about social things as well. I think it's also quite plausible, rather, that there are social and economic dynamics. Sorry, I got off the mic there. Social and economic dynamics. I assume you all can hear me without a microphone. You know, my friend at my 50th birthday party, I'm digressing for a minute, his toast to me was, Joel, lower your voice. So I've never been accused of talking too softly, so if for some reason you can't hear me, put your hand up. So. But I do think it's plausible that there are other social and economic dynamics that are in play here that will have as much, or if not more, impact on whether either party can build a sustainable national majority. And I'm focusing on national majority now because that's the focus of this work in particular. And I think how each party responds here in the near term to some of these social challenges could be as important, if not more important, than some of the demographic changes. Now, that'll be a debate that we'll have on an ongoing discussion, I'm sure. But even look back, let's say, to the 1980s at some of the unpredictable things, or from my vantage point, things that none of us were predicting. I don't think in 1980 anybody was predicting that the evangelical Christian population in America would become a vibrant and active political force in our political system 20 years down the road. I don't believe any of us in 1980 were really forecasting that. They had been dormant and stepped back from politics on purpose after the Scopes monkey trial in the 1930s. But they have reemerged with a force, been embellished by the Tea Party, which is enormous overlap, by the way. But that's a variable that none of us would have predicted if we were looking at the forecast of the last 2 decades. Cable television. You know, the big thing on cable television in the 1970s, you could watch the Knicks home games in your living room because they weren't on regular TV, right? Well, now cable has surpassed broadcast TV. It has put an end to the national conversation that people my generation grew up with, when it was a half an hour of nightly news, and whether you watched ABC, CBS, or NBC, you pretty much had the same very fact-based journalistic story. And that was the conversation that was being shared around the water coolers in the workplace. Now on television and certainly on social media, everybody can consume the media that they agree with. They can consume the media that their friends agree with. They can talk to only the people they agree with on social media. I'm not sure that's good for the country. I'm not sure it's controllable. But it is certainly a dynamic that none of us were predicting the force of in the 1980s. And if we only looked at the demographic changes and analyzed them and how it's changed our politics, we would be missing that dynamic as well. Now, the internet in and of itself. You know, I think 1980s was before Vice President Gore funded the creation of the internet and the Department of Defense. They really did. But in 1980, you know, we weren't on email. We were faxing. In the 90s, we were still faxing. I mean, the world has changed. The access to information, the access and the changes to the way people are communicating are so profound. It has shaped a generation we now call millennials as if we know them well. But we knew almost nothing about them till Judy Woodruff did a great documentary in the mid part of the first decade. They were born in 1982. She was calling them the next generation because, no surprise to us now, they didn't want to be labeled. Millennials still don't like to be labeled. But she talked about them being the most diverse generation, embracing diversity, embracing interfaith, interracial marriages, which have continued to grow. But in the 1980s, when these generation were kids, we knew nothing about them. And yet they're having a dramatic impact on how we see so many things because their parents are largely baby boomers, people who were, you know, got their political formative years during the anti-war movement, civil rights movement, feminist movement, women's movement. And there's a real nexus there between those two generations. It's not a mirror image in any way, but they influence each other. Millennials in particular are influencing their parents. We knew none of that in the 80s, in the 90s, even in the early part of the 2000s. We didn't come to grips with this generation until around 2008 and really start focusing on it. I don't think in 2000 anyone was predicting an economic crash that would shake America and Americans, working Americans, to the very foundation of what they believed. That if they worked hard, played by the rules, they could get ahead. A simple formulation. And suddenly everything they had done and they believed they had done right was shaken from them. It's resulted in social demographic changes. The population of African Americans in the South because of reverse migration. First time since Reconstruction, we have a significant migration of African Americans to the South because there are now hubs of jobs and personal networks in places like Georgia. Atlanta is now surpassing Chicago as the #2 metropolitan area for African Americans, both economically and in terms of demographics. So we've seen social shifts here that are at work. I can't even conjecture today what we're not thinking about that could impact everything that's in this demographic report. And that's why I say how parties respond to some of these challenges, I think, are going to be enormous. Not the least of which is, and I know we have some time for questions, right? I'm good. See, I think I'm going fast enough, too. Right? I'm a New Yorker. I also talk pretty fast. I don't know if you noticed that. You know, families are different than they were 30 and 50 years ago. They've changed in many, many ways. We all know that. We talk about it. You know, we've got gay marriage for the first time in our country. And a majority of Americans support it, by the way. When I talked about it earlier, I said quickly that a majority of Americans support it. They do, and the numbers are going up all the time. And it's true even within the Republican Party. You know, a majority of younger Republicans, people under the age of 35, support gay marriage. How do you build a future on your party when your youngest age group, the group you want to grow old with you, are out of touch with you on a fundamental, what they view as a civil rights issue? But even in terms of where we are educationally and socially, women today, more women start college and finish college than men do. We now have in 38% of heterosexual marriages today, the women is the primary breadwinner. This is a 50% increase of where it was back in 1987, when it was less than a quarter of women were primary breadwinners. 3/4 of families are two-income households, putting enormous stress on not just the economics of the household, but the care of children, the care of parents and relatives. We now have grandparents don't live as close to their families as they used to, so when you need help from a relative, that's not as accessible to you. And these are putting incredible cost pressures on people at a time when I think one of our greatest economic challenges has been unabated. I don't know if you've all probably seen this. I assume folks in Washington see everything because you're the most attentive people in the world. But if you look at the graph of what's happened in this century to corporate profits, which goes up like this, worker productivity, which continues to go up, and worker wages, which are stagnant. I happen to be a capitalist. I worry about the effect on capitalism and our work ethic as Americans if we continue to ask people to work harder, to work longer, to produce more, drive big profits, and you don't see the fruits of your labor. Are we even thinking about that? There are some businesses that are starting to. There are some that made amazing sacrifices to keep their workers employed during the crisis, like Marvin Windows in Minnesota. Companies that are raising wages now. This is an unsustainable prospect for us economically. And so I think parties have to deal with that too, and the party that deals better with those economic and social issues will also solidify a demographic hold that they have, if you're Democrats, and if you're Republicans and you don't solidify on those issues, I think no matter what happens demographically, you're going to have serious challenges going down the road. The one thing that the report said about the aging population is if baby boomers, when they age, act like the silent generation, that could be a threat to Democrats. I think that's a legitimate conclusion, a legitimate question to raise. I have seen nothing in my data, attitudinally, values-wise, about baby boomers as a population that suggests they will be anything like the silent generation when they turn 66. So if that's the biggest threat we face, I feel confident that if we do the right thing on these issues as Democrats, we will strengthen our structural advantages and our demographic advantages. So largely, I want to end by saying that I hope that Brookings, AEI, and CAP are absolutely right in their conclusions. I hope that, I don't mean that politically, I hope they're right that both parties embrace diversity as a value and in a meaningful way. Because I think that when we embrace diversity and we accept social change, it makes us better and stronger as political parties. It makes us better and stronger as America and as a country. And I think if we don't do these things, we are not going to solve the biggest problems for our children and for our children's children, and do what America has done for the better part of a century, which is truly lead the world. So thank you very much, and I want to throw it open to questions about any subject anybody would like. And I literally mean any subject. I came from Queens in New York City. It's where I grew up. First political candidate I ever worked for was Governor Mario Cuomo, who also came from Queens. And they always used to like to say, a day without an argument was a lost opportunity. So bring it on.
Indeed, sir. If I may use the privilege of the chair for a moment, I just wanted to push you a little bit on, you had a lot to say about the out-of-stepness of the Republicans to a changing country. Is there, I mean, maybe it's not completely symmetrical. What about on the Democratic side? Or are they just like, they just need to put their foot in the accelerator, or is there any way in which they're out of step as well?
Well, look, I think I think anybody on the Democratic side, we still have work to do. I mean, by the way, you could go back to, you know, it'd be a great quote to throw in your report, by the way, 1965, Lyndon Johnson's State of the Union address on the challenge of what it meant to this country to fully assist the African American, or at that time he was calling it the Negro community, and make them full participants in America. I don't think we've done enough of it. I don't think that we have fully figured out how to, as a party in some places, understand that we have to do more to talk to folks who don't agree with us, talk to folks who are more in the middle, who may be true swing or independent voters, who may come at life from a different vantage point, either age-wise or demographically, than some of our base voters who are pretty strong right now. I think, look, I said I'm not the darling of the left wing of this party because I tell people, you know, to win elections and be able to govern and do the things we want to do, we have to win the center. And I think that's something that we have to continually keep reminding ourselves to do.
Excellent. Okay, questions. How about over there and right there? We have a, oh, okay, if you could. Yeah, we need a mic. I'll sort of sweep this way. But we'll start from the left. We started from the right last time. From my vantage point. No political comment.
Yes, I also went to Queens College, graduated in '69. My question is, will Jill Stein and the Green Party, will they have more impact than Norman Thomas did, say, in 1940?
Why, you know, there are very few instances in modern presidential elections where the third party has an impact. We've seen it twice, though, certainly, in the last 35 years, 36 years, with Ross Perot and Ralph Nader in 2000. So we did see 3 elections in a row where that happened. I think because that happened, I think there are a lot of people who recognize now that, you know, this is a serious vote. We have to elect the President of the United States, that for whatever reason, it's probably better to cast your vote with one of the people who is more likely to be president than someone who isn't. The Electoral college system, you know, creates disadvantages. That's why it's hard to have an impact in doing so. But given where we are now, what it takes to communicate and the challenges, even though you have a lot of free channels, I mean, I have to tell you, being in this election, you folks cannot underestimate how much cable television colors the campaign. And I don't mean color in a negative way, but it shapes the campaign. It is really the battleground of where the campaign is, more so than print, more so than network TV. It is on all day. Candidates can get on all day. We saw it first in 2008 when Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton were campaigning, and you'd see their full stump speeches on. You watch a TV at night, you'd watch a rally. So that's a dynamic that makes it very hard, I think, for a third-party candidate to cut into.
Okay, how about right there?
Thanks. I know we're talking about the future, but, you know, I'll have to ask you about the now. You closed with a huge appeal or call for embracing diversity in a moment where we are seeing the strength of a movement that is populistic, xenophobic, etc. So how does that change? And very concrete, how does that likely Trump nominee change the electoral map that we've been discussing now?
I think it's a little early to tell how a Trump nomination would change the electoral map. I'm not certain that it would have dramatic repercussions from a Democratic point of view. I think if you read the headlines in the Washington Post and the New York Times today, I think Republican Party leaders are trying to solve this. I don't mean to put it back to Republicans, but it just happens to be front page above the fold in both newspapers this morning. So, you know, they are speaking openly now about, you know, how they're going to deal with this, because I think they recognize that it could be problematic for them down the road. I'm not hearing a lot of cheering coming from that side right now.
Okay, how about right there in the suit and tie? Yes.
A lot of talk through the morning about immigration, a lot of talk about millennials. My question is about the trends in the urban. You know, the cities are becoming stronger. The suburbs are changing in a lot of ways. What will be the political implications of that change?
You know, by the way, I think that's a great question. You know, cities are becoming stronger. I mean, again, economics is having an impact. You know, when I got out of college, which was I should have got out in 73, close to when that gentleman.
I know what that's about.
Took me a little extra time. I waited till 79. But, you know, that was an era when, first of all, a lot of kids came out of college and still lived at home for a while. Then when they did go live in apartments, there'd be 2 kids to an apartment. You know, housing markets are bursting in cities with kids living in 3 to 4 to an apartment that's really built for 2 or 3. I think that's one of the changes. We don't know how it's going to play out over time. I think we are seeing a lot of younger people today in the urban areas I think are staying. Whether they can sustain that when they become 2-income households, I think one reason why they might be able to is because it seems their willingness to populate more downscale neighborhoods and borderline neighborhoods where they're putting stakes in the ground. They may stay in the city. They may choose that city life because they want to be citizens of the world. They don't want to live in a suburban enclave. I think that's one of the things when we talk about social dynamics, how that's going to play out is going to be very important in some of these states and regions in particular.
You went over, yeah, right in the front there? Yes.
Yeah, my name is Li Yang. Thanks for your interesting presentation. I just wonder, in our system, it works like the. I just cannot imagine why America not make any progress. First is whatever officials, elected officials, no matter how low their approval rating is, but they still got re-elected. And then when we say money influence bad, but currently Super PAC and Donald Trump is basically use the money, whether it's their own now or later, because Trump is basically economic developers, which probably use a lot of taxpayers' money to benefit themselves. Now they got a lot of money to spend. Nobody can challenge them. He can really, no matter, they say, if even arrogantly, maybe falsely, say something wrong, nobody can challenge them because he can bring them to the court and he will win. So I just want to, is there any way that we can change the system and make our election process right?
I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer to that. I will say that a lot of the dynamics that you're talking about are definitely in play. It's definitely something that a lot of voters on both sides are angry about, would like to see change in. It got exacerbated with the Citizens United decision, and I think, you know, hopefully we get a justice on the Supreme Court who will understand that corporations are not people and that people's right to vote is more important than a corporation's right to buy an election and overturn that decision. Or, you know, in my case, Hillary Clinton has said if that doesn't happen, she'll support and push for a constitutional amendment to overturn that, which has really blown this out of the water in the last few years. I mean, this decision came in 2009 and started having impacts, you know, 2010 and after that. But look, I have faith in the American people, too. I mean, I want to say that, you know, they may not always get everything right, but I've never underestimated voters. I think candidates do that, and anybody, Democrats included, I mean, that was part of my response to Rui's question. Anybody who underestimates them does so at their peril. At the end of the day, I think people make decisions based about their own lives. I think they take the measure of people, particularly in a presidential election, by the way. You know, I'm great friends with David Axelrod. We still talk at least once a day during the campaigns. Of course, it was a lot more than that. But, you know, David's always said, you know, running for president is like an MRI for your character. And it's true. The American people are going to take the measure of who you are as a person, what your values are, what you believe in, what you're going to fight for. Now, the question for us as a people, you know, and I think our politics is built in a way to not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I think both parties have to be able to say to the extreme wings of their party, this is more of a problem now with the Republican Congress, to be honest with you, is that compromise is not a dirty word in America. That the perfect can't be the enemy of the good. If we have to make progress, you can't get everything you want all the time. That's how things get done. It's how we got the Affordable Care Act passed for the first time in 50 years to bring health insurance to everybody in America if they can
go on and get it, which they can. Some still haven't. We want to get it to 100%. I just think that's a reality of politics. I think we have to accept to some extent. I said democracy is messy. It's not going to be perfect. But we need to make more progress in this country. The economic things I described on wages versus productivity and profits is out of whack, and that's got to be dealt with. We've got to make the investments in education and job training that will allow people to earn more. We have to raise the minimum wage. If you raise the minimum wage even to $12, you would lift 35 million working people who work full-time out of poverty with one stroke. I mean, how long is it going to take to do simple things that change that flat wage line for American working people? David?
Well, if you were ideology-free, completely nonpartisan political
Wait for the mic, please.
okay,
There you go.
Sorry. If you were had no ideology, you're a completely nonpartisan consultant, and all you wanted to do was win votes, and you were concerned with winning the votes of white voters who do not have a four-year college degree, and you had two options. Option A is a kind of nativist, racial nationalist thing that says your country's being taken away from you by these others, and you need to fight back because you're just losing your own country. And the other appeal was your wages have been stagnant, and here's some good policies. We'll raise taxes a little bit on the rich, not too much, but your wages will go up as a result of these policies. Those were your two choices. How would you advise if all you wanted to do was win the election?
Well, I think it would be the latter, but I think it would be broader than that. And again, back in my lane of saying I actually have faith in voters and don't underestimate them, I don't think it's simple as saying just raise your wages and it'll go up. For the people you talked about, you have programs right now that are happening in some states like South Carolina where workers can get retrained, particularly on computer technology that allows them to work in the new kinds of manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing. There's been a growth in manufacturing jobs in South Carolina because of programs like that. There have to be avenues for folks who don't have that four-year degree or a two-year degree to get job training in some of the areas where growth is coming in the future. I think there's also opportunities around things we can do. We've been neglecting our infrastructure. Part of that, some of these workers could get into, younger ones in particular, who are physically able to do it. We have massive work to do on our electric grid, not just our roads and bridges. We have massive work to do modernizing our schooling. There can be apprenticeships where people can learn trades that they can do for decades that get them to a higher wage bracket. I think those are some of the things we have to do. Then we have to do some things for those folks on the cost side. We have to really put an end to price gouging that's going on in the prescription drug industry. There's no reason why American R&D dollars should result in Americans paying more for prescription drugs than they do anywhere else in the world. That money comes out of their paycheck.
Just don't see the votes being cast.
Okay. Well, Michael, did you have a question? Can I make a point to this gentleman, though? Okay. Let me go back. Let's compare the election of 2012 to 2004 for a second. George Bush wins by about 2 points. Barack Obama wins by about 4 points. You can look at every demographic group in that election in the exit polls, right? Every demographic group. The numbers are almost identical except for Latinos. Asians is a small group in the exit polls, but probably Asians. But the biggest change outside of that is among moderate voters. George Bush only lost moderate voters to John Kerry by 9 points. Romney lost them to Obama by 15 points. That's a 6-point difference on 40% of the electorate, 2.4%, half of his 4-point margin, almost half of the difference between Bush's win and his win. So the notion that those arguments don't appeal to those voters, I think we are operating in an angry environment right now. But with all due respect, the 2012 election would say just the opposite.
Yeah, Michael Barone with AEI and the Washington Examiner. This morning on the panel, Anna Greenberg, your fellow Democratic pollster, your vicious competitor, noted that Democratic primary and caucus turnout has been down from 2008. Republican primary and caucus turnout has been up from 2008, and in the target states of Iowa and New Hampshire was higher than Democratic turnout. She argues this is not a good sign for the Democratic Party in the general election. What are your thoughts?
Did she say higher than the Democratic turnout or higher than
Well, there were more people voting Republican
They
caucus.
say that the 2008 Democratic was higher. I don't think the Republicans were higher in New Hampshire, but I'll double check that.
No, they were. It's 283 to 248, I think,
Okay.
thousands.
Okay.
Not a huge
Yeah.
difference, but a difference.
Uh-huh. And so your question is?
Your question is that a bad sign for the general election for the Democratic Party? How should we think about that?
No, I don't think it's a bad sign for the Democratic Party. I think that they've got more candidates in the field. They've got more candidates trying to get out their vote. I think, if they can sustain that when they're down to 2 candidates, which they probably will be somewhat soon. But I think, we had from the beginning really 2 competitive candidates. So the turnout there has still been significantly higher, I think, in most states than it was in 2004, but it is lower than it has been in 2008. I would also say, from our campaign's vantage point, we think we're turning out our voters pretty well. The 18 to 29-year-olds have been down in each of these states. You've got to create your energy into action on primary day. Obviously, we want more participation. But I think, in those states, even back, if you go back to 2008 and you compare it, we had 3 viable candidates almost into South Carolina. We had John Edwards with Senator Obama and Senator Clinton at the time. So you've got different circumstances on both sides. And with the techniques you have to turn out voters technologically, today, when you have more candidates, you're probably going to get more turnout.
Okay, we're going to take a few questions here serially, and then we'll have Joel answer, and that's going to have to be it. So, back there, very quickly. Yes, the lady there, and the gentleman next to her, too, and then we'll take you over here, and that'll be it.
Thank you.
But make
Thank
it
you so
quick.
very much. I'll be very quick, sir. Thank you so much. My question would focus on the millennials, which has grown in numbers and also increased in political participation, as all the presenters had sort of indicated. If I may ask you, Mr. Berenson, the fact that the young women who are part of the millennials had gone more for Mr. Sanders and less for Hillary, who had been an iconic model of during her youth as an advocate precisely for women's rights. What is your own take regarding why young women go less for Hillary?
Okay, women millennials, yes. Next one.
I'm from Brooklyn, but I'll give you a quick anecdote from Queens. Outside Jamaica Hospital this summer, a Haitian man driving disabled people to the Trump Pavilion of Jamaica Hospital. He says to me, what Trump said about Mexican immigrants was terrible, but if he say I'm sorry, yes, I vote for him. Does celebrity trump all demographics? Does it bust through all these assumptions? And if Trump wins the presidency, do you then say, yeah, the American people got it right again?
Okay, Trump celebrity. Final question, and then Joel will answer.
Fred Bonig, I'm a Gold Star dad. I have 3 more kids serving in the military right now. And my question is, how does the war hawk mentality of the right compare to Hillary and Bernie's, less likely to be involved in war? I also want to point out that under President Clinton, we had lost only 1 soldier in combat. And in the past year, we've only lost 3 under Obama.
Okay, women millennials, Trump is celebrity, and Republican hawkishness versus Democrat dovishness.
Look, I think each generation has different experiences, male and female, and I think women millennials today, as I said, I've made the demographic point. More of them are starting college, more of them are finishing college, more of them are out earning their peers. I just think they're operating today from a different life experience. I don't think we're going to stop working damn hard for their votes. I don't think we expect, and Hillary Clinton certainly doesn't expect any woman to vote for her because she's a woman. She wants people to vote for her because she's going to make a difference in their lives, and we've got to keep making that case, and she's out there doing that every day. On Mr. Trump, I said I never underestimate voters or take them for granted, and I often do trust them. Doesn't mean I've always agreed with their decisions. I think, and I think talking about a Trump presidency is a long way off, particularly when he's got his own party that he's competing in today. I don't want to keep going back to the headlines, but raising questions about what are they going to do to stop it from happening. If you've got your institutionalized party trying to stop you from becoming president, it's going to be very hard to mobilize voters in November to vote for you. It's just a lot harder in a general election to do that. But that's down the road. I don't know. Now, to this gentleman's question, I think, look, I think I can only speak for Secretary Clinton. I think Americans, and this goes to partly to my answer to that gentleman's question and saying I don't underestimate American voters. I think the American electorate today understands the complexities of the world we live in. I think, even people who, still remember the Cold War when it was all about the United States and Russia. It was a great movie on that I watched the other night about Francis Gary Powers and the spy trade with Rudolph Abel. And my kids were going like, you remember that? I said, sure. I was in first grade. What are you talking about? But I think they understand the complexities of the world we live in, that terrorism is not a nation enemy, that it can be anywhere, it can migrate, that the strength we have to show abroad and our ability to win the fights that we have to fight today are going to depend more on building the right coalitions, understanding the complexities in these regions, working with our partners, and using military force as a last resort. And so, I think that just as I believe President Obama has been on the right side of these issues, I think Secretary Clinton is on the right side of these issues, and I think that is where most Americans are.
Well, thank you, Joel. That was a fantastic
Thank
talk.
you all.
and
Thank you.
Great Q&A. But don't go anywhere. We're just getting started.
We're going to have a brief scene change here, and I'm going to invite all the panel presenters to come up to the front table. Joel, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Joel, thank you. Fantastic.
Yep.
We're gonna have to shift a little bit.
Hey, Jared. We are there. Job growth is flat. And immigrants, particularly from Mexico, I wanted to ask you about it before I presented it to you, so you were not upset if you.
We got Henry, Jared. I think you're got name tags and stuff.
So I may sort of jump up and disappear at some point.
Yes, that is one less white man entirely anticipated. Hey, nothing wrong with white guys.
That's it. I'm now 70 years old.
Where's June?
I have a long political memory. I have never.
Actually, I don't think I've ever met her.
I mean, I'm stretching for power, right?
No, I don't think we've seen anything like this since maybe the era of the 10th. Progressive era, trying to deal with the customers, and that may not be the right analogy.
Well, some combination of the progressives and their own ideas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But the dirty little secret of TR is that was part of his agenda, not all of it. Being opposed to immigration, being in favor of greater better working conditions for the immigrants. Anglo-Saxon birth rates.
Yeah.
Unopened, as culturally closed.
No, that's a.
Didn't you negotiate the gentleman's agreement banning Japanese immigration to California? Wasn't that 1907?
I'll defer to you on that one.
Well, this is why God invented the internet. Or your old boss, we're going to argue.
Whoever invented it, I wish they hadn't.
Before I get on that.
Yeah, okay, but you know, Rousseau had some very interesting things to say about what happens to us when we become dependent on things rather than ourselves.
Can't find any
That's,
photographer anyway to get.
By our report, you mean?
He just disappeared.
That's right.
What couldn't tell
He's just
from your
gone.
tweet today? Are you no longer anti-Trump or anti-Trump?
I'm surprised you couldn't tell. I suggested you look in context of the various other things, like the various other blistering attacks on Trump. That should give you some indication.
Got it. So you're with me, favorable to the understanding of
That's right,
the
yes.
demand, but opposed to the supply.
Could you please take your seats? Would you please take your seats, everyone? Joel needs to leave.
This is yours. That is like a big disappointment. I think good for you.
You know, I'm a big supporter of Westminster.
They're there, but
Make sure I, make sure I, your head's way up. Yeah, that's better. Looks like you're I'm gonna take one more, just stay.
All right. Thanks again, man. Good luck. But you made the original one.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
No, it wasn't. No.
When we first met with the folks at the Hewlett Foundation to talk about this project, they were really interested in the kind of demographic work that Bill and Rui could do, but they were also interested and very interested and wanted us to pursue the policy implications of the demographic changes that we were going to be identifying. And that's what the second part of our session today is with the panelists who are here. And what Rui and I thought, because the papers are so rich, and we hope you'll go back to your offices and read them, they're all going to be available on our websites, is that we would try to have a conversation between each of the three groups of panelists. And so we're going to start with Henry Olson and Jared Bernstein. Henry Olson is at the Ethics and Public Policy Center, and Jared Bernstein is at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. And one of the things that Jared said, and here's where I'd like to start in his paper, is that the demographic changes at the heart of the State of Change projects have gotten short shrift in much of the discussions of the economy's performance. And Jared, you say that these have received less attention than they should have. Could you talk about that?
Yes, thanks for inviting me, and I've been here for a bit, and my comments very much apply to the economic debate and the analysis by myself and my economic colleagues. Certainly, as you can see, if you've been around here for a few hours, this stuff is getting flogged to death on the political side. So it's kind of an interesting disconnect. If you've followed some of the big debates in economic policy these days, you may have heard Larry Summers talk about secular stagnation, and this has caught a lot of people's attention. And this is the idea that advanced economies, very much our own, but not only our own, have been extremely weak on the demand side for a long time, and that's showing up as all kinds of, that's driving all kinds of problems, some of which you heard from the last speaker vis-a-vis weak wage growth and unsatisfactory economic outcomes for many less advantaged people. I would argue that, and I believe Henry's going to agree with me soon, that that dynamic is alive and well in the politics that we've been discussing too. Well, originally, the idea of secular stagnation goes back to the 1930s and comes very much out of a demographic analysis, the idea that the labor force is growing too slowly to generate enough economic growth. And what I tried to do in the paper I wrote for States of Change was to map that kind of thinking onto both kind of the diagnosis and the prescriptions for economic policy going forward. I asked myself, to what extent are demographics playing a role in slow labor force growth, in increased inequality, and unemployment being, in unemployment being higher than we would like it to be? And to what extent would the demand side policies that Summers and Krugman and others, myself, have tried to identify, would they address that? So that's the way I'm trying to kind of map this demographic question onto what I consider the big economic problems, questions of the day.
So in your assessment, what are those demographic effects that we
Well, so if you look at the states, if you look at the data that we've been discussing today, simply put, a workforce that is younger and more minority is a workforce that's going to put greater pressure on the unemployment rate. In one of the simulations I do, very simple in the paper, I asked myself, just holding unemployment rate, just holding relative unemployment rates between racial groups constant at today's level and changing the demographics, you'd add half a point to the overall unemployment rate. If you look at the educational characteristics, as Rui has said, that the project did not project those forward, but if you just look at them where they stand today, and you would convince yourself there too, you're going to see pressures on unemployment and non-employment. And in fact, if I may, one of the punchlines, and this to me was the main, I don't know that this is at all profound, but this is the main thing I got out of writing this paper, and to me it was a bit of an eye-opener, was that there's this idea that because of what I just described, there are many prominent economists that because of the idea I just described are quite pessimistic about the future in terms of labor supply. They think that the labor force participation rate will remain as low as it's been. Maybe we'll get a tiny bit back from it, but not much. They think that the long-term trend in the employment rates, so the long-term trend in employment rates for prime-age men, which has been falling for decades now, the trend is baked in the cake. It's locked in. And if you look at these demographics through a particular lens, you might convince yourself that that's only going to get worse, that there are grounds for that pessimism. I come out somewhat on the other side. I think there's only grounds for that pessimism if we don't engage in a set of policy ideas, which I'm sure we'll have time to talk about, that can reverse those trends.
Henry, you certainly agree with a lot of the trends that Jared identifies in his paper, but I think there are some significant areas of disagreement too, if you could talk a little bit about that.
Well, yeah, I think we'll probably have more disagreement over the policy recommendations because I think there are things that we can do that might. Yeah, it's on.
Okay.
It's there we go. My paper focused on some of the political implications of that and the way in which we know that it's difficult for many countries and when there's a giving group in a redistributive state and a receiving group, that creates friction. And one of the things I think that's gone overlooked is that the things that Jared's pointing out means that we're going to have a substantially larger voting share of people who, in one sense, in retirement programs, will become a giving group for a large group of white retirees. That if we are talking about how to finance retirement programs, we'll have lesser paid non-whites shouldering the burden to pay for the retirements of more highly educated whites, and that will create social friction. But conversely, many of the things that Jared might be talking about on the policy side is going to involve the reverse of that, which is asking more highly educated, more upscale whites to be paying for ever and ever larger shares of some form of redistribution, whether it's greater educational access or more job training programs or something that might stimulate labor demand that will have a disproportional effect outside of the race of the giving group. And as a political scientist, we should step back at the outset of this and begin to ask,
how should we be talking about our changes, and to what degree should we be focusing on policies recognizing the potential for this so that we can create more of a sense of shared citizenship and shared obligation, as opposed to a simple way of talking about it that will indirectly exacerbate the sort of us versus them mentality that we're beginning to see with the Trump campaign.
Well, what do you think, Jared? I mean, you've got a lot of policy ideas in your paper, and people who read the wonderful On the Economy blog no doubt encounter many more. All these interventions, though, suggest a level of aggressive policy we haven't seen lately, and they would seem to run directly into the dynamic outlined by Henry. You're a little bit in the position of the old economist in a desert island. Let's assume a can opener.
Right.
Let's assume political support for these policies.
Yes, and I think I try to be eyes wide open in my paper and say this is a large constraint and may well block whatever progressive agenda I envision. I do tip my hat to ideas I probably, that I've gotten more from you than anyone else, that say perhaps the changing composition of the electorate may be more supportive of these than you think. But that just underscores Henry's point. That doesn't contradict him. It just says there could be this very type of friction he describes. Well, let me just say that, first of all, I am not suggesting, so to be concrete, some of the ideas I have do involve, for example, trying to reduce the negative demographic and education impact on unemployment and non-employment by making sure these folks get more education. So investing in education is very much part of my agenda. By the way, that's part of everybody's agenda, so that's not exactly a wild-eyed idea. But I don't. But so is direct job creation and monetary policy, fiscal policy, trade policy. You can read my report. I don't believe that you can raise the revenues you need to do that on the top few percent. I mean, this is not an idea that says we should, take from the very rich and give it to everyone else. It's an idea that actually has take from more than the very rich. The idea that we're going to have to raise revenues from more than the top few percent. That said, some of what I'm talking about here is very much keyed off of the idea, and this is not conservative or liberal. In fact, I suspect here at AEI this might be a somewhat popular view, that if we apply some of the kinds of demand-side policies that I'm suggesting, we can grow faster. And in other words, the idea that we are locked into a growth rate of 2% or less is very much a function of low productivity and low labor supply. I argue in my paper, both of those are policy variables. And one of the ways to positively influence them is to invest in the people that are going to eventually be the majority-minority flip that you guys show occurs in 2050. That can be a drag on the economy or a boon, and if we make the right investments, it might be the latter.
Yeah. Henry, if you could talk about areas of agreement or disagreement, and particularly what you called the witch's brew of political clashes potentially going forward on the revenue side, things like a value-added tax and the like.
I mean, again, even this, what you just talked about, is not, is what I would expect. It's, in fact, what's necessary. But again, it simply exacerbates the question, which is that the farther down you go, the more people that you're going to impact as far as giving. And then different types of taxes will affect different groups differently. For example, if you adopt some sort of a value-added tax, which would be the way conservative economists would want to do, you'll have a disproportional impact on the incomes of the very people who you're trying to help. So that divides your coalition rather than enhances it. On the other hand, if you simply focus on an income tax or increasing the cap for Social Security retirement, you disproportionately hit the people who are the people with income in order to finance programs who their children will disproportionately not benefit from. I think this is the progressive challenge, and it's one that Rui and you spend a lot of time on, which is how to create a unity of interest between lower skilled people in the white community and ally them politically with the people in the non-white growing community. But there are tensions within that, in part because the non-white community faces direct competition both at home and abroad from these people. And so even if they have jobs, they feel that their wages are lower than they would otherwise be because of the fact of the competition, not because of the other factors of the global economy. That, I think, is the single difficulty of the progressive challenge of putting together the sort of coalition that you're trying to put together. And I'd be interested to see how you might think about incorporating some things into your policy agenda that give more of a direct stake or do more to listen to the concerns of the person who socioeconomically might benefit from you, but have a group loyalty or also a sense of competition with that group that would drive them away from your coalition.
Yeah, I think, can I respond to that? It's a very interesting. Yeah, no, it's a very interesting and provocative and smart question, and complicated. Let me start by saying, at least the way I think about it, and you raise a great question, which I'll try to take a stab at. But I will say that the way I think about it is considerably simpler than that in the following sense. Go back to the latter 1990s for a minute. That was the last time that the American economy was truly at full employment, and immigration was immigration flows were a lot higher than they are today. And you didn't see the kinds of tensions and conflicts. And one of the reasons you didn't see them is because the 20th percentile wage was rising at the rate of productivity growth, which was 2.5% per year. So low wages were growing with productivity. You just heard someone say this productivity wage divide, huge. So but that wasn't happening then. And if this reminds me of an argument, by the way, by the economist Ben Friedman, who talks about when you get into this kind of a full employment cycle, some of these tensions dissipate because there isn't, not only is there not such a sense of competition, but there's not such a reality that you can point to someone who's hurting your living standards. So my first solution would be to get to full employment. And I'll tell you something, according to recent research from august places, we don't know what the full employment rate is, but all the evidence suggests that if the Federal Reserve were to let the unemployment rate go from where it is now, about 5% to 4%, inflation would hardly tick up at all, maybe not at all. And a lot of you get an amazing amount of degrees of freedom to solve the problem you raised at full employment that you don't have otherwise. Now, when you're not there, then the question you raised is operative and much more complicated. And I don't know. My answer has always been, and it somewhat sticks in my craw when I say that because I kind of hear your voice in my ear. My answer has always been, listen, Trump supporters, sort of characterizing who we're talking about. Listen, Trump supporters, your problem is not, the immigrant from Guatemala. Your problem is the fact that the financial sector crashed the economy or something, and that is my understanding, but that is not a message that is easy to get across or well understood.
And I think what they would say is it's both. And this is a problem with the Republicans. I'll put it back on our side, which is that the tone deafness that the Republicans have towards the Trump community is deafening. And it's not surprising to me, but that the conflict between the needs of a white working class and the needs of a business class are almost as equally opposed as the progressive agenda trying to appeal. Because for them, they might say, well, actually, for a business person that disagrees with both premises, that say Wall Street didn't crash the economy and the competition is either not a problem or you have to deal with it. It's just good for everybody else. In other words, that you're collateral damage in the path to globalization, and for some reason people don't like to be told that they're collateral damage. So I was putting it on you because the focus of the paper was on you, but it's in fact as large or greater on the Republican side, which is precisely why you have a Trump that's talking about anger at both parties' elites, because that's actually what their constituency feels.
And the only thing I'd add to that is that there are a lot of economic elites, Democrats, walking around trying to explain to people that immigration and globalization are really good for you. You just don't get how good for you they are. And that argument is a deep loser.
And that's why you can get along at the American Economics Association, because that's the argument right-wing economists make too.
And I'm not even saying those arguments are patently wrong. I mean, if you look at the immigration literature, there's actually very little evidence that immigrant competition hurts the wages or employment prospects of domestic workers. However, there are pockets of domestic workers who it does hurt. But on the globalization side, the literature is quite clear that there are lots of, I mean, this shouldn't be a surprise to everyone. There are lots of people who have been hurt pretty badly by globalization and have and not just people but communities, and have yet to recover.
Right, and I think that explains one way that you are beginning to respond as a movement that the right is not yet, which is that both Hillary and Bernie Sanders are opposed to TPP, which is that they're recognizing that the constituencies that they need to either keep or attract are constituencies that find the pell-mell rush towards increased globalization to be threatening, and that consequently, in order to recreate that coalition, you need to have something that says you get something out of this too. If we're going to be for immigration so that you'll face competition at home from foreigners, we're going to limit your competition from foreigners overseas.
Let me ask just one more question about something you both touch on in the paper, and that is inequality. You both agree it's elevated right now and making it harder for middle and income and lower income families to get ahead. And I know there are no easy answers, but where would you start?
Oh, you want to start? Or?
Yeah, sure. No. I'll
easy answers.
I start by making him start.
No. I think one of the things that both political parties need to come to grips with is the impact that globalization has to decrease global inequality, but increase within developed country inequality. And that's what we're seeing, is that the decline in absolute poverty rates and the rise in third world incomes is decreasing global inequality at a massive rate. Free trade is helping hundreds of millions of people live decent lives. It just happens to be having a disproportionate effect within developed countries with people who are open to that sort of competition, whether it's directly losing jobs or having to accept fewer options or stagnating wages as a result of that competition. And how not to, as a political scientist, I think you need to, what economists often don't understand is that politics trumps economics, and that you need to have socially stable systems in order to pursue optimal economic policies. And optimal does not mean optimal in the absolute, but optimal under the constraints. Because if you don't have that, you will find that people will move backwards in populism. You'll find a Argentina that kills itself through adopting Perón, because there isn't a politically stable way to manage the dislocations from competition. And if this is a challenge for the right, I think it's a challenge for the left. And if we don't meet this challenge, then I think what we're going to find is a political majority that increasingly finds stopping progress to be in its interest in the short term, and that they will ignore the long-term interests. And I think that actually is the challenge that Trump and his supporters are posing to us, is can the people who in each major political party adapt to their demands in a way that we adapted in the early part of the 20th century to the dislocations caused by industrialization, to create social stability that allowed progress rather than allow the dislocations to govern our politics that would destroy the long-term futures for them and their children. So that is my response to the inequality question, to say that's inevitable, but that the politics of it are serious and need to be understood and managed, because if they're not, then we will see a popular revolt towards authoritarianism, because that's what people do when they feel that they have no stake in a society.
Jared.
I think the key to helping to ameliorate the inequality problem and reduce such high levels that we have, whether we're talking about wage, income, wealth inequality, that feeds directly into, I think, the very astute political analysis from Henry, has to do with the just very persistent, conspicuous, and large bargaining power deficit that is experienced by so many workers in today's U.S. labor market. And I am talking about the U.S. labor market. I mean, the reason I support globalization, I don't even like to say free trade because it's kind of a meaningless phrase. I mean, people talk about the TPP as free trade. It's 6,000 pages long. Is because I do want the Bangladeshis to have the same kind of opportunities for upward mobility that other developing economies have had. But here, those costs have been steep, and they have very much decimated the bargaining power of large swaths of the workforce. This is not just a union issue, although more unions would help. But private sector union density is 7%. I mean, if you increased that by a point or two, it'd be amazing because you'd turn it around and you'd still be less than 10%. So we have to figure out how we're going to deliver more bargaining power to working people so that we can begin to close that gap between productivity growth and wages. I was on a panel with someone yesterday who asserted that the answer is faster growth. Well, not if it doesn't reach people. So we're missing that glue. And I wrote a book about it called The Reconnection Agenda, which is many hundreds of pages answering this question. And I tried to actually
99 cents for the Kindle edition.
Yeah, it's free if you would just want to download it off my website. I mean, I wasn't trying to make any money here. No,
a special deal.
Yeah. Not a lot of people read my books. So, at any rate, every chapter in that book is devoted to thinking of the policy glue that will reconnect growth to middle income prosperity, and it has to do with full employment. It has to do with reducing the trade deficit, which, by the way, isn't protectionist. In many ways, it just means more activist policy pushing back on those who manipulate currency rates and non-tariff barriers. It has to do, I mentioned unions, it has to do with some of the things that we were sort of arguing a minute ago, direct job creation in job desert neighborhoods, more educational opportunity, higher minimum wages. So it's an agenda that would not be unfamiliar to those of you who've kind of played in similar sandboxes as I have, but that's the way I would do it.
Well, thank you, Jared. Thank you, Henry. We're going to move on now. I think you get a sense of how rich these papers are from this first conversation. But it's also impossible to do justice to the superb papers on the family, and so I'm going to begin by just discussing some of the major themes. Both of the papers by David Blankenhorn and Naomi Kahn and June Carbone and Howard Levine agree on the key statistics in terms of what's happened to the family in the past several decades. You, of course, know most of these. Fewer children in married coupled homes, more children being born to unmarried women, more cohabiting, more never married parents, more family complexity, fewer children living with their biological parents, more children separated from their fathers for at least some part of their childhood. I think the authors agree, and this is something that Naomi and June and Howard said in their paper, that the family and that marriage in particular is a new marker of class lines remaking American society. David, who's long written about the importance of fathers, argues that the field of social work has dealt primarily with what he calls the casualties, the children, the struggling single moms, the estranged fathers. He talks about the unformed family as something entirely new in world history. He's not saying it's definitely harmful, but rather to say that attention should be paid to it. He's hopeful that some of the political battles over gay marriage, as they've begun to subside, this may be a moment in which we can focus anew on improving family structure. So I'd like to begin with June Carbone, just to say a few words about points of agreement that she has with David, and then for David to talk about points of agreement that he has with Naomi, June, and Howard.
Well, I think we agree on two things. We agree on the picture, that what you're seeing is the family is a marker of class, of inequality, and the divergences are increasing. The second thing we agree on is that this is a bad thing, that it means that the inequalities in investment in children are increasing, and in ways that a larger part of the population will be left farther behind. I think we disagree on which way the causal connections run and why things are bad. So our general approach to this is to say the upper middle class has embraced a new family form designed to deal with the changing role of women. It rebalances the relationship between men and women, and it supports intensive investment in children. And there is no translation of that for people who aren't going to wait until after graduate school to get married. And indeed, I would argue that we make it hard for them to adopt anything similar by failing to invest in basic things like contraception.
David.
This is points of agreement.
Yes. Or disagreement, wherever you want to begin.
I think June laid it out pretty well. Points of agreement. I think we're seeing the same world out there, and in this crazy environment that we're in now, that's something. I mean, we see the same trends.
Yeah.
On causation, I'll just say that I think family structure, which is my concern, by family structure, I just mean how many children grow up with both of their parents taking care of them? It's simple. And among affluent America, upscale America, probably most of us, the answer is a large majority of children grow up in such environments. But among middle and working class and lower income America, a large majority don't. And I think that's both a reflection and a contributor to inequality, and I do agree with June, it's a terrible thing. I don't think that family structure, I'm not saying you are saying this, but maybe there's a little bit of a tension here. I don't think that family structure is derivative. I don't think it's epiphenomenal. I don't think that it's a result of larger social economic trends. I believe that in addition to being absorbing of change, I believe it's also causes change. It also acts and does things in the world. It's not just an absorption of other larger things. And I think maybe, I could be wrong, but I think maybe your paper is more, like when you say the big thing is jobs and the economy is what's driving everything, it felt to me like you were maybe leaning toward the family structure issue is epiphenomenal, it's derivative of larger things.
But it has mutually reinforcing effects. We agree on that.
Okay.
Well, wherein lies the disagreement then? I mean, if in fact family has some relative autonomy, as it were, I mean, I think David's kind of inclination is to say you're sort of not paying much attention to that. You just think we need to deal with the casualties, as he says, try to solve some of these economic problems, provide jobs, whatever.
I'll say
don't worry about trying to get more people to, for example, get married or have the father stick around or whatever, because that's hopeless, basically. So.
Yeah, we have basically 3 rules of thumb on this in explaining what has happened to the family. The first, men who are on the losing end of male status hierarchies aren't great partners. So if you read Andy Cherlin's piece on why has the death rate increased for white males, and he talks about substance abuse and things like that, well, all those things also make men not terribly good partners. And the perception of relative standing may be as important as income. That's one. The second, women paired with less reliable men. And by less reliable, I mean either men whose what they contribute on a given day changes from week to week, or men who neither are primary breadwinners nor primary caretakers. Either one. Marriage is legally a bad deal for women in those circumstances. They're better cohabiting. And the third piece is if you write off a high percentage of men as not good partners, either because they can't hold a steady job, or they're in jail, or they're engaged in substance abuse or criminality, it changes marriage markets. That was the topic of our book. And it changes cultural expectations. Women invest in themselves. They're skeptical of men. They don't trust them. The men perceive women's distrust and don't commit. Those are mutually reinforcing cycles. But our argument is if that's a vicious cycle, you get virtuous cycles if what you see is men and women doing well who are eager to find a partner worth committing to and believe they can find that. Then you tend to see a stability-oriented set of cultural devices. So we agree on culture, but we think the economy has effects that destabilize the relationship between men and women.
I think that's right, too. If I had to say the difference, to me, the big thing, if you look at it from a child's point of view, children really thrive if they're loved and able to loved by and able to love both of their parents who are together in a partnership. That's what you want. That's where the treasure is. There's an overwhelming body of evidence from the right and left social scientists who show that this is what's happening. It's best for children. It's one of the reasons why affluent families are affluent, is because that's the way they tend to be structured. But there is a calamity going on in working class and lower income America. And you don't need to you don't need to study, just get some dirt on your shoes, go cross the tracks, look around, walk into a bar or a beauty parlor. It's the human suffering of this is astonishing. We are losing something terribly important among a majority of our communities. And essentially it comes down to the fact of, are fathers going to be a part of their children's lives in any meaningful way? Or is it just going to be true for the upscale? I think that to me, it's the reason I get up every morning. It's the thing that drives me. It has for many years. And what amazes me and dismays me about politics today is that no one in either party seems to have noticed that this has happened. And when I read June's paper and Howard's, I don't see, I just look and look and look. When are they going to talk about this? And I don't see it. So, because what I think it should be, what my goal in life is that, I believe that this is one of the central social policy challenges of our time. And I don't believe too many people are paying any attention to it. And I believe that it's a trend in family policy that was reflected in your paper as well, to just kind of move on to other topics.
Okay, I do want to respond. First, we were wonkish. David was more emotional and passionate, we confess. But besides that, when we get angry about it, it's listening to people who talk about the family with passion and then support policies that undermine the family. Let's take a look at a couple of the things that are happening. Some basic things we do talk about in the paper. In fact, there is a slight decline in the percentage of births to unmarried parents. Why? Because the fertility rate went down dramatically for Latinos in particular. Did so because of the bad economy. I can talk about this at length. But when you then take a look at what is happening, the biggest decline in births has been to women who are truly single. Women who are cohabiting had less of a decline in births. People who were married also had a decline in births, but somewhat less. So what you're seeing is a compositional effect. You want to increase the number of children in two-parent families? Do what they do in Europe. Dispense contraception in middle school. The big secret for why the upper middle class is not having a whole lot of kids outside of marriage is the word is out, if you see a doctor regularly, that you should be on contraception when you hit puberty. Why? Because it controls acne, menstrual cramps are better, a whole lot of things that have nothing to do with sexuality. And when you make that a habit, you find a whole lot fewer accidental pregnancies. The U.S. has the highest accidental pregnancy rate in the world of developed nations. And when you look at regional disparities in these things, you find very conservative states have much higher overall fertility, higher rates of teen births, higher rates of unmarried births among poor populations. And you want to affect the composition of your electorate? Colorado has dramatically reduced teen births, which disproportionately affect Democratic voters, I might add, by handing out contraception. So what you do is you build something that says you have no business having the baby until you're prepared to take care of it, and that comes with, in part, what's the relationship like with your partner. But we undermine that. Catherine Burns.
David, perhaps you want to say something?
You're implying that my paper said I was against all this.
I'm not
It
saying
isn't. It's not. I'm not against contraception. So there's no argument. So let's discuss something that there is an argument about,
Okay.
which is I believe that it is a legitimate and important goal of public policy to strengthen family structure as an articulated goal so that you want more children growing up in a home with both of their parents. And what was absent from your paper is a reflection of that feeling of urgency about this topic. Now, you want contraception? Fine. Now, I don't think we're going to contracept our way into a familistic culture in which children are well cared for. But I also agree with you that it is a part of the answer, and I don't know anybody who opposes this. Oh, I guess I know a few, but I'm not one. I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them.
And I do want to agree.
Let's focus on what we disagree.
Okay,
on.
David, could you just lay out for us then what it's that pro-family agenda that you think there might be some disagreement on? What things would you recommend that actually have a proactive?
Well, some of the things I think we would agree on, particularly in the realm of economic change. I mean, 10 years ago, I was a big cultural determinist. I wanted our values to change, and I didn't have anything to say about the economics of the situation. And I've really changed my mind on this because of the evidence and people like June. And I want to tax rich people in order to subsidize wages for lower income workers, and I want better child care credits. I want to eliminate the marriage penalties in public policy. I want to eliminate savings penalties for people receiving public policy benefits. I'd like to extend, if you go up the socioeconomic scale a little bit, this is more controversial, but I'd like to extend the waiting period for divorce from 1 to 2 years, or at least to a year, from about 6 months that it is now, and have as an option, 15% of divorcing couples say that they would be interested in reconciling. I'd like some online education. Instead of how to be a better divorced parent, you have a reconciliation module, voluntary, nobody's making anybody take it. And there's good social science evidence to say that you could save some troubled marriages by that way. And I would like to see just more of a cultural emphasis on the importance of stable family life. I don't think you should have children until you're grown up and married. And it seems to me that's a pretty easy enough thing to say, and we should say it in our textbooks and every other way. So, but none of the policy, the policy agenda, anybody can, especially at a conference, anybody can just say, oh, blah, 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 policy. You have to want to do it. You have to say you want to do it. And what I'm pushing you metaphorically on, I just want to hear that you want to do that.
Well, here's why we're really reluctant. If you look at the history of marriage promotion efforts, including current ones, to increase the involvement of men, they tend overwhelmingly to take the form of punishing women. So we hear in some places, we do hear people who are opposed to contraception. Not David, I agree with that. But the abstinence-only policies are an example.
Did anything I just mentioned involve punishing women?
Well, but yes, and let me talk about how it's happening. Here's what we see. When we look at ethnographic studies of women, one of the reasons they say they don't get married is the really bad stories about divorce. For women who are paired with unreliable men, and again, I emphasize this, men who don't do, employed men do dramatically more help around the home than unemployed men. Men who feel good about themselves, upper middle class men, are contributing more to child rearing than working class men. So if women both have the more stable incomes and are assuming primary responsibility for the children, then what they see, first of all, 2/3 of divorces are initiated by women, and their perception, and more if you go down the socioeconomic scale. And what they see is you're making a commitment to somebody who you're going to have to get rid of. Now, why are you going to have to get rid of him? Because he beat you up. 60% of poor women say the relationship with the father ended because of domestic violence. Substance abuse is a huge issue. Criminality, we haven't talked about the criminal justice system, but eliminating mass incarceration policies would be a marriage promotion system. And so what women face is a lot of efforts to increase male involvement, give men custodial rights. They haven't done anything, but if they end up in court, they get automatic custodial rights. That makes the price of involvement greater. So you have a series of things that have designed to say marriage promotion or father involvement. If what you're doing is then punishing women who are looking after the kid, it simply makes them more distrustful of men. So what I'd like to see is a system that allows women to control access, tells men they ought to be involved. And by the way, the African American community does this to a much better degree. There's an expectation of father involvement even if the relationship with the mother ends.
Among African Americans, father involvement is by far the lowest of any group, and the damage done to children is incalculable.
But there is a norm
on,
that
June.
fathers ought to be involved even if the relationship with the mother ends. The norm in white communities used to be, though it's shifting, either you have a relationship with the mother or you get out and let somebody else come in. And when you look at white women who are high school graduates without additional degrees, they have the highest rate of multiple partnerships. So African American women are more likely as a group to rely on themselves. But when you look at the question, what is the expectation of father involvement when the relationship ends, the patterns are quite different and the norms are different. Now, bottom line for us, you have poor communities without a lot of community support. Yes, you see low level of father involvement. And you see in families, in communities with low social mobility, destructive family relationships. If you take those single-parent families and move them to economically, racially integrated communities, without changing family structure, their children do a whole lot better. The worst communities, and the places you're talking about, are places that experience both racial and economic isolation. And there you see also overwhelmingly single-parent families as a sign of community decay. Single parenthood in itself, in the form of unmarried parenthood, is less destructive in a robust, supportive community.
David.
One thing I thought I'd ask about is, since I see Bill Galston's always already on the panel with us, always also on the panel, excuse me. You guys, David and Bill, with some other authors, you wrote a piece for the Washington Monthly I thought was very interesting about a potentially, aisle-crossing, unified agenda on trying to deal with some of these family structure problems. I forget, you had a name for it, marriage compact.
Marriage
whatever.
opportunity.
Marriage opportunity. So could you talk a little bit about that and or either one of you and how that might be able to actually unite people, and maybe June, then you could react to it.
Yeah, well, we felt Jonathan Rausch and I were the co-leaders of it, and we spent years fighting each other over the gay marriage issue. Jonathan was one of the major leaders in the country for gay marriage, and I was one of the main opponents for years. And so we met one another as opponents, and we got to be friends, and I ended up changing my mind on the topic, like many Americans, and largely really as a result of my relationship with Jonathan. He's now on my board of directors, and so kind of if you take that little personal anecdote and writ large, we think there's an opportunity to kind of have this new pro-marriage coalition. Because part of, June, when you were commenting, I have a feeling in your mind when you hear words like pro-family, you sound right-wing to you, like, oh, we hate contraception and we want to punish women. But what if it didn't mean that? What if it meant that gay and lesbian families were welcome? What if it meant that we weren't going to just point fingers and try to put people in little boxes? What if we saw the bond between married couples, as we've learned from our gay and lesbian friends who are now the most pro-marriage people in the country today are standing up shouting the praises of the importance of marriage. What if we caught a little bit of that fever for the heteros and decided that this could be good for everybody, a little bit of marriage culture? So we got the idea that we would try to bring liberals and conservatives together in this inclusive, center out, not right in, pro-marriage coalition. And I have to say, it was really great. We got great results, and a lot of people were supportive of it. And I think it's, it could be that men are just so messed up and they're so violent and untrustworthy. Just go shoot them. Just let them go. Let them all just wait for some happy day, But I'm just not ready to give up on the idea that it can be that marriage, that this pair bond that's supportive of children can be a broadly shared American institution. I'm not ready to give up on that. I don't want it to become an enclave of the affluent and have everybody else just go have a social worker.
Reactions, June?
Sure. I have put in a plug. Jonathan wrote this absolutely wonderful piece picking up on our first book, Red Families versus Blue Families, where what we argued was that for modernists, not just was marriage equality acceptable, but it was compelled, because the image of marriage and of appropriate pair bond relationships was in fact exactly consistent with marriage equality, and he picked that up and ran with it. So
some of us eventually joined the party.
So on this we agree. We think stable two-parent relationships are a good thing. And so it becomes a question, how do you get them? And what we're really skeptical about is saying to women, who do most of the emotional work in these relationships, it's up to you.
Well, no, that's absolutely right about that. Sure. I mean, men have screwed up, and so sure.
Well, maybe that's
that goes without saying.
Okay, so that was a fascinating dialogue, and dare I say it, there were some points of agreement there toward the end. We're going to move to an even bigger picture, a couple of papers here on demographic.
I'm surprised that neither of you guys made any reference to multi-partner fertility, which appears to be one domain in which the United States is entirely unique and entering into genuinely unprecedented territory. And when we look at father neglect, when we look at abuse, when we look at the disruptive behavior of children raised in families defined by multi-partner fertility, it seems pretty darn important. The other thing I'd note is that when we look at the effects on children of various programs for GATRO, housing integration, et cetera, it does seem like there is a pronounced difference between outcomes for boys versus girls, so pronounced that to simply say that these programs seem to make lives of children much better. The fact that there's this pronounced difference seems pretty meaningful and important to me, and like something we should consider not neglecting.
I couldn't agree more on both points. We are outliers in the world community on this issue of, we use terms like multi-partner fertility, but what it really means from the child's point of view is you're born into a home with mom and dad, and then very shortly afterwards, usually within a year or two, dad's not there, and then another guy comes in, and then maybe there's a child there, and then a year or two later, there's another person with me. So that phenomenon, from the child's point of view, constant turmoil in who you're living with, in who you're told to call your father, and who your siblings are, is more widespread in the United States than in any other country. And you're right. It's hard for us to talk about it, but it's very, very big deal. And you're right about the boys too. There's a disproportionate. The boys are doing worse on every measurement almost possible, including the one you mentioned.
Yeah, but we don't disagree with that. And when we take a look at it, there's something really interesting happening that the demographers don't yet have a handle on. And that's the decline in overall U.S. fertility. So for U.S. fertility overall was 2.1, which is just above replacement, one of the highest in the developed world, although not the highest. Ireland's about 2.5 right now. But when you ask why, the big factor is Latino fertility. Latino fertility has fallen dramatically and accounts for about 50% of the decline in U.S. fertility since the Great Recession. So the U.S. is now around, I think, 1.86, making it look more like Northern Europe. When that's happened, and because it's overwhelmingly younger women who are having fewer children, again, more children are born into marriage, more children are born to cohabitating couples rather than single mothers. And the decline in fertility, as opposed to women being more likely to marry, they're not, is the cause of that. If you delay the first birth, you reduce the number of partners. But we don't have a culture that systematizes for the entire country that kind of system. And that's critical to this issue of multi-partner fertility.
Okay, well, that is kind of an addendum to the previous discussion, the multi-party fertility question. But we want to zoom out a little bit, as I say, the even bigger picture, look at demographic changes, implications for the social contract in the United States. We have a couple of really good papers by Ryan Salam and Bill Galston. They're really good papers. I mean, you should definitely read them both in full. We're not going to be able to unpack all this stuff in here today by any means, but hopefully we'll be able to have a little bit of a dialogue about these, because they do such a good job of outlining the challenges, what it might take to solve it, the contradictions that in and of itself might produce, both barriers and challenges. Very, very thought-provoking, but, you know, I think that despite the fact they're different papers, come from slightly different perspectives, I think there's actually considerable overlap between the papers in terms of some of the things they talk about in their perspectives. So, Raihan, do I have that right? Are there some overlap there with Bill Galston and how you're looking at things?
Bill caused enormous distress for me by writing such an excellent paper that it literally threw me into a panic. What can I say? What can I do that Bill hasn't already said? He did such a beautiful job that I had to really go, as I mentioned to Bill earlier on, I had to go, totally from the margins and kind of approach the issues very differently. And, in very broad outline, he lays out a story about aging, about demographic change, and about some of those tensions it's likely to cause. Now, what I will say, by way of disagreeing slightly, is that when you look at the market democracies in comparative perspective, we're seeing some pretty funny and interesting patterns that actually defy a lot of the kind of consensus views on how demographic change is likely to impact the workforce and how it's likely to impact redistribution, et cetera, over time. If you look at Japan, for example, Japan is widely considered a basket case, right? It's the sick man of the industrialized world. And yet, if you look at GDP per capita growth over the last 10 years or so, actually Japan compares quite favorably to other market democracies, to the United States and to those in Western Europe, including Germany, a country that is widely considered quite successful. Now that's kind of funny. How can that be that GDP per capita has grown pretty robustly by, again, the dismal standards of the industrialized world over the last 10 years? And a big part of the picture is that Japan has gone through the demographic transformation that the United States and other countries are expected to go through over the next 50 years, over the last 10 years. And yet, they've actually responded to it in lots of funny, interesting, and pretty promising ways. The biggest response is that female labor force participation went up very dramatically in Japan over this period of time. And actually now, in Japan, a society that we tend to think of as very patriarchal, a society, and it is, really, but this is a society now where female labor force participation is actually higher than it is in the United States. It's a pretty funny development. If you look at a variety of market democracies that have actually dealt with some of these big economic challenges, you see this in some parts of Northern Europe as well. You see not just an increase in female labor force participation, but a pretty robust increase in it for men as well through the use of what are called active labor market policies. So if you look at Holland, for example, here's a country where they had a pretty big problem with disability and large numbers of people going on disability, and now they've kind of cut it down pretty sharply. Other policies that are frankly pretty aggressively interventionist, but also pretty punitive from the perspective of some people who are partisans of the welfare state. Pretty expensive in a lot of cases, but they do seem to have had this good luck in terms of raising labor force participation. So Matt Klein, a writer for the Financial Times for Alphaville, has done a lot of work recently on about how there have been a lot of smart people, very smart people, who've said that, well, looking at demographic change over time, it's likely to have present these big headwinds in terms of labor force participation. But the thing is, you've got to keep in mind that there are all kinds of other policies that affect whether or not people are going to work. And it happens that in the United States and a couple of other market democracies, we just have a uniquely bad set of them. Even though our demographic picture in terms of aging is more favorable than that of the Japanese and some other market democracies, we're actually doing such a bad job of getting people to work, making work attractive for any number of reasons. And of course, people are going to disagree about that on the right versus left. So I'm a lot more sanguine about the demographic. Actually, I completely agree. I think everything he says about the kind of larger fiscal challenges, Bill has done a brilliant job of drawing people's attention to long-term care. If you look at the likely implications of Alzheimer's disease and much else, these are very, very big issues. But I would say that, there's a little bit of an economic silver lining in that we can do a better job of getting people to work, I would argue.
Reactions, Bill?
Well, first of all, I'm delighted to hear Rehan speak so firmly on behalf of social democracy, and I don't mean that in a mocking way at all. It seems to me, it seems to me that the recognition, if you want to have a society focused on work, the recognition of the need for pro-work social policies is not the end of wisdom, but it's certainly the beginning of it. And I've looked at the Netherlands example as well, and I think there's a lot to be said for it. But let me try to put my agreement with Rehan's paper in a somewhat broader frame, and I can sum it up in one word: 1965. Most Americans who are aware, politically aware, tend to associate 1965 with the Voting Rights Act, which was transformative of our politics very rapidly by historical standards. But we did something else in 1965 that was more like a time release capsule, but I would say at least as important for the future of American society and the principal rationale for the States of Change project, namely immigration reform that reopened the gates of immigration after they'd been slammed shut for more than 4 decades. Now, in broader perspective, if you look at the 4 decades before 1924, the percentage of foreign-born Americans about tripled from 5% to 15%. In the 4 decades where the gates were slammed shut, it was cut by 2/3, from 15% to 5%. Then we reopened them, diversified the sources of immigration, and guess where we are right now? 14%. And these historical cycles help explain why we're hearing a certain amount of nativist discourse right now. And I hope it doesn't have the same consequences as it did in the 1920s, but it is, I think, somewhat alarming. And so what we're trying to do now is wrestle with the social and economic and political consequences of a fateful, and I believe, on balance, very positive decision that we made in 1965. And let me just focus on 2 of them for a minute. Then I will yield back the balance of my time, which may be negative. First of all, although my friend Bob Putnam doesn't like to talk about it very much, he did some very, very fundamental research for which he won an International Social Science Prize, documenting the impact between diversity on the one hand and trust on the other. In the short to medium term, however great diversity may be in the long term, in the short to medium term, more diversity means less trust. And less trust means a decline in the kind of solidarity that you need in order to sustain robust public programs of anything, in any direction. So that's number one.
Number two, and perhaps closer to the heart of this project, what it is generating, not just right now, but for a couple of generations to come, is a profound asymmetry between the demographic profile of older Americans, particularly retired Americans on the one hand, and kids and young adults on the other. Put simply, by the early 1920s, if you look at the 0 to 18 cohort, that will be majority minority. You can look out to 2060 and you don't get majority minority among retirees. And so in the short term, we're going to be asking a mostly white pool of retirees to face up to the need to finance a wide range of social programs for mostly minority kids. Query, how is that dialogue going to go? We're seeing the answer to that question. Yeah. I know who would be on the other side of it if I got to place it. And so what this means politically is that the portion of the budget known as the discretionary budget that is used to finance all of the things that we've been talking about since 1 o'clock is being shrunk relentlessly under Democratic presidents as well as Republican presidents. And meanwhile, the portion going to the elderly and to retirees is expanding dramatically. My solution to that is not to cut the latter dramatically, but to bite the bullet and to do what's necessary for those in need of discretionary assistance, which means, to be blunt, a larger share of GDP going to government. I think that is an inexorable consequence of these trends, and perhaps there we can have a debate.
So one thing I want to point out is that, I think it's very important to be respectful of social democratic arguments, but I also think it's important to keep in mind, recall what Jared had said earlier on. This rising diversity we're experiencing will work out just fine as long as we have the vast expansion of government that I favor. What is left hanging is the other half of that statement. What happens if we don't have that vast expansion of government? What happens if we actually feel, for any number of reasons, that it's undesirable, that it's something that will have other baleful consequences for our society? And also, is it necessarily so that this vast expansion of government will necessarily do the trick? I mean, people are very confident about that, and that's admirable, but I'm not sure it quite works out. Now, one thing that I've noticed, and I discussed in the paper at some length, is that there's an alliance between libertarians and social democrats on immigration that's actually kind of awkward. Because what the libertarians say is that the fact that there's this progressive dilemma, the fact that diversity makes it less likely that people will support redistribution is a good thing, because that means that we'll have a backlash against the welfare state, and that'll be great. And then you've got social democrats who say that, oh, this whole rickety thing, trust us, it's going to work because schools are going to get way better at educating impoverished kids. Trust us, we're going to pour all that money. People are going to love paying a VAT, of 35% on everything they buy. It's going to be amazing. Just wait. Now, my view had been that actually that view was right, that, diversity can be a challenge to social democracy. Now, what I've seen, however, is that there's some new work. A bunch of younger sociologists, Jonas Pontusa and a bunch of other people have done some interesting work on this, and it looks like actually one half is right. What Putnam had observed is right. You do see a deterioration in social capital, but you don't necessarily see a decrease in public spending. Even if you actually have some backlash, even if you have people who don't like public spending, you don't actually see a decrease. Because once you actually put programs in place, they are very, very difficult to roll back. There's a brilliant political scientist, and his name is Morris Levy. And he's done some really interesting work, because what he's done is he's exploited the fact that some states in Mexico have particular relationships with certain metro areas in the United States. So what he's done is looked at rainfall in different states to see when you get a surge in an immigrant population in a particular community. And he's found two things. One is that social capital decreases, it deteriorates in these communities. But the other thing is that actually there's no real effect on spending, and actually kind of it seems like it may well increase. Now, we don't know, how we project that into the future, but it certainly is very interesting and suggestive. So I have a lot to say on this stuff, as you guys can imagine, but a couple of things that I just want to throw out there that I find interesting is that when we think about wealth, when we think about relative standing, it's really important to think about this stuff in multi-generational terms. No man is an island, right? You've got a father, you've got a grandfather, you've got mothers, sisters, all of this stuff. I mean, and that's actually your frame of reference. That's how you think of yourself, okay? And I noticed a while ago this really neat little survey finding from the Public Religion Research Institute, which is that first-generation Hispanics actually have far more faith in the American dream than second-generation Hispanics. Pretty interesting, surprising finding, because you'd think that people born in the United States and raised in the United States would be more steeped in U.S. ideology. But, again, there's that fall. Now, it's also true that today's second-generation Hispanics are not the children of today's first-generation Hispanics, right? So if you look at immigrants overall, striking pattern. In that period before, in the period of the 60s and 70s, when you had pretty low levels of immigration still, you found that immigrants to the United States had a wage advantage over the average American worker. It was a modest wage advantage of about 8%, but they had a wage advantage. And then if you assume that their children are those who were born about, let's say 30 years later, they had an even bigger wage advantage. Those second-generation Americans had a wage advantage of about 16%. Now, when you look at immigrants who arrived in that post-80 period, when you had this big surge in immigration, they had a 20% wage disadvantage. Okay, so, and actually, if you look even further back to the 20s and 30s, those immigrants also had, they had a small advantage that was built on by the second generation. So if you, about the same amount, about 8 percentage points between the first and second generation of expansion. So if you have the same pattern persist that we've seen in previous eras, the children of these disadvantaged immigrants will gain, but they're going to be behind the average American. And yet, guys, they're Americans. If relative standing matters, they're going to notice, well, gosh, I was born here and I grew up here, and I'm way behind all of my other peers who are Americans. Now, that could have some political effect. If you look at immigration sentiment among Republicans, there's a very interesting pattern. So if you look at immigrants earning, Republicans earning more than $75,000 a year, they tend to have far more pro-immigration attitudes than those earning less than 75, that 2/3 of Republicans earning less than that. So it's also interesting that by a margin of 44% to 21%, Republicans who earn more than or in families earning more than $75,000 a year believe that we are spending too much on poor people in the United States. If you look at Republicans who earn less than $30,000 a year, 57% of them believe that we are spending too little on poor people, versus 18% who say that we're spending too much. That's a pretty big divide. And if you believe in what some folks call the iron law of the welfare state, which is that the idea of the welfare state is that you redistribute more to people with below average incomes than to people with above average incomes, when you have a large amount of immigration of folks who are going to earn below average incomes, okay? When the experience of their children is that they too will be earning below average incomes. When you look at the trajectory for large numbers of immigrants and second-generation Americans who are experiencing extreme disadvantage relative not just to whites, but also to native minority groups like blacks and third and fourth generation Puerto Ricans, I would argue that that's actually something we ought to think about and reflect on when we think about the legitimacy of our social and economic institutions and when we think about what these clashes will look like in the future. And this is something that people completely ignore, and I'll tell you why. They don't know immigrants. They don't know second generation. They do know some. They know the upwardly mobile ones. They know the ones who are affluent and college educated. They do not know working class second generation Americans. They do not know the struggles they're facing, and they do not realize that all of the kind of aw shucks American apple pieism that we love, and that's such a big part of the immigration debate, doesn't apply if you've grown up in poverty and you feel as though you're falling behind all the other people who are just as American as you are.
Bill, I know you have some reactions to that, and let me just add another thing for you to maybe react to, which is, I think part of your policy agenda, Raihan, that relates to what you've just been accounting is you think the immigration mix is not really right going forward, that we really need to emphasize more high-skill immigration, and this might help mitigate some of these effects. I believe that's something you put forward in your paper. So, Bill, what's your reaction to all that?
Well, I can react to that very briefly because I helped organize a bipartisan immigration reform commission a few years ago, which among its other recommendations made exactly that point. That there is indeed a strong argument in favor of shifting the balance towards higher skill immigrants. So Raihan and I are in complete agreement on that point. We might disagree on the details, but I want to get back to the structural fiscal point that I made. just to see, and with your permission, Mr. Moderator, I also want to bring Henry into this discussion.
Absolutely.
Just look at what's happening before our eyes this year. Okay? For the Democratic Party, immunizing Social Security and Medicare has long been like, a verse from the Sermon on the Mount. Okay, but what I see now is that argument gaining ground, for reasons I can sympathize with, inside the Republican Party. The guy who is likely to be the nominee of the Republican Party has pledged repeatedly not to touch a hair on the chinny chin chin of those two large and rapidly expanding programs. I think I'm on solid ground so far, but two conservatives can correct me if I'm not hearing him correctly, although it's hard not to hear him correctly. That being the case, tell me what's going to shift the fiscal balance at the federal level in the direction of the sort of family strengthening and work promoting programs that perhaps the three of us could agree on, right? It seems to me that the trend is exactly in the opposite direction. And this will have the effect of reinforcing and accentuating the imbalance in our public policy. Have I gotten that wrong?
So, I think that when you're looking at something like Social Security, and Henry knows this work very well, my view is that the right has talked about this in the wrong way because they have emphasized the fiscal side of the issue rather than what are the underlying purposes of this program of old age social insurance, and are we meeting those goals adequately? And Andrew Biggs of AEI has done some wonderful work looking at exactly this question. What he argues is that when we look at how the workforce is changing, and by the way, there is a kind of ethno-racial dimension to this as well, when we look at how it's changing, you actually have people of intermittent work experience or have been earning low wages throughout their entire lives. And lo and behold, there is actually a way to moderate spending on old age pensions over the long term while also protecting the interests of those most vulnerable people. And if you are framing what we see actually across the market democracies, you saw that in Switzerland and many other countries besides that reformed their pensions, they were not able to do it by making that pure argument that this is what we're going to do to help keep your taxes low. They made that argument successfully by saying that we want this to survive and we want to protect the interests of people who are getting screwed by the program as it exists right now. If you believe that the program should be purely stand pat, or indeed if you believe that actually benefits should be increased along the lines of the program as it's structured right now, you are not going to actually protect the interests of those people. So I think that is ultimately the way you're going to have to talk about it. Why do we have these programs in the first place, rather than treat them as this kind of embarrassment that we prefer not to talk about in terms of our kind of larger anti-government agenda?
Henry?
I like to be soft-spoken and unprovocative, so I'll simply say there's no future for a conservative that is primarily anti-government in its focus. That's an uncontroversial statement. But once you get to that point, then what you do is you change the debate. Because what I would say is that the trends bill, if the debate continues between a right that says no to government and a left that says yes, all of the trends that I see suggest that the political coalitions will agree with yes, although it'll have massive fights and massive racial and ethnic dimensions to it precisely because of the changes in voting strength and the inequalities and the differences my paper goes into as to who will be the recipients and who will be the contributors, to put it nicely. And that will mean a significantly larger share of government or a society that is divided against itself.
Well,
or we can change the debate, which is the question is who should get aid and why. And I think if you do that, you will find that you can meet the needs of many of the new people who will need more of a hand up by curtailing in significant degree the improper handouts that we are giving to people who don't need it now. And one of the things that you could do, for example, is support expanded coverage for publicly financed medical assistance and curtail the amount of subsidies to go to people who don't need the amount of subsidies, whether it's through the exclusion of the health premium for people who make $100,000 a year or more on the private sector, or the significant means testing of Medicare premiums for retirees. It doesn't mean that GDP won't go up. As a share of GDP won't go up, but it could be significantly smaller than it would otherwise be, and create the sort of national cohesion between a responsible right and a responsible left that could help us deal with the turmoil that the changes in ethnic and racial composition, along with the turmoil and the changes in economic composition will bring along.
Oh, I'll just point out why I disagree a bit about this kind of idea that we need a right that celebrates government as such. My view is that LBJ was roughly right when he articulated as his goal that we want people who are less dependent over time. His goal was that we would actually put in place a series of social programs that would ultimately reduce spending on social services. This is actually oftentimes forgotten. People often say the World in Poverty has been a wild success because these transfer programs actually help. Well, that's true, but that wasn't LBJ's goal. His goal was to ensure that actually families had the resources that they need. They were capable of self-reliance, and actually these were not families that were necessarily kind of isolated. The idea of having social networks that are kind of robust and strong. And that's part of why the immigration debate actually matters. Because when we're thinking about the ways that our society is being buffeted, when you're thinking about global economic integration, when we're thinking about these concerns, you've got to think about what is going to allow people to kind of flourish and become independent in these ways. Now, that's going to involve government to some degree, partly because government's role is so extensive. It is so enmeshed in every aspect of family life at this point. But ultimately, the goal is some modicum of independence.
And I would agree with that. What I would like to just suggest is that we don't get to the point on the right that you and I probably have a lot of agreement on with respect to specific policies, as long as the leitmotif of the rhetoric on the right is that government action is illegitimate. Now, if we...
There's no need for us to go back and forth on this. I have further thoughts, but that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So to me, I think the question on the right is, how do we define what is legitimate, as opposed to continuing to fight a fight in which virtually everything that comes up is viewed through the prism of this is a government action, therefore it automatically...
I feel bad hijacking this as an intra-right conversation.
Well, but this was Bill's intent. He wanted to get out of this.
It's true, but he might be regretting it now. We'll see.
Yeah, so I actually think that embracing this is a more effective way to reduce the size of government in the long term, as opposed to the facially appealing but ultimately politically ineffective fight that we've been waging for the last 40 years.
Well, we do want to engage the rest of you in this conversation, so now we can turn to your questions. If you could raise your hands about all that you've heard thus far. Michael Barone, and here's a microphone coming. And then there's one over here.
Well, I'd like to go back to the discussion to some extent between David Blankenhorn and June Carbone. Basically, June Carbone says there just aren't that many men worth marrying, and that's why we shouldn't say to women you ought to get married, because we're asking those on the lower socioeconomic bracket to marry losers. We've had for the last 30 or 40 years a lot of programs to increase the self-esteem of young women, to promote women advance and so forth. I think, what about the argument that we've succeeded in that, and the problem is men, young men, and I would invite whoever wants to contribute on that, and can we do something? And the question to Bill, Henry, and Reihan is, the problem is government don't work good. Read Peter Schuck on that. Read Wildridge and so forth. Go look at the Veterans Administration or the operators of the Washington Metro. Anything you give government to do gets screwed up.
Thank God the private sector has done such a great job in the past 10 years.
I think, I agree with Michael pretty strongly, and that's why I think that you need, kind of new approaches that actually bring in private providers, that bring in civil society, et cetera, to address these problems.
I do think that there's been a very successful my colleague Barbara Whitehead calls it the girl project. It's you can do anything. You don't let people stand in your way. Be strong and be your full self. And with masculinity and maleness, it's been more of a diminutive thing. It's been like, you shouldn't do it. This is very bad. Sit still, or we'll give you some pills. I mean, it's like, so the kind of telos of masculinity that the traditional one is largely invalid, and I would say more about it if I felt like I knew what to do about it. But at the level of diagnosis, if you just walk around the country today in blue-collar and lower-income America, I just think it's unmistakable, to me at least, that this boys and young men are failing compared to their female counterparts and compared to what society needs and expects from them and compared to what they want for their own lives in catastrophic ways. That I just think it's one of those great facts that hardly seems to be discussed often. I mean, I'm very glad you brought it up because how to make the male journey a fulfilling one and a meaningful one in male terms, not being told by other people but how to make that real again for people where it's just not, I think is just a tremendously important challenge.
Well, now, Michael, having sparred with you just a little bit, let me try to give you at least a serious response to your question. Labor economists like David Autor, who really don't have a dog in the family or ideological fight, have documented, I think beyond a reasonable doubt, that the combination of economic changes and family changes in the past 20 or 30 years has had an even more negative impact on downscale young men than on downscale young women. And there are a lot, I could speculate about the reasons for that, but I think the facts are pretty clear. And so if your point is that we should pay attention to those facts, that in thinking about the disadvantaged communities, many of which are painfully close to where we're sitting right now, in addition to looking at gross disadvantage, we ought to be more fine-grained in our analysis and speak about the specific problems of young men trying to grow up and do the right thing in those circumstances. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah,
Go ahead. June, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Just a little bit on this. We looked at this too, and one of the things that we're seeing is increased inequality and decaying communities has a more negative effect on boys. And there are a whole series of reasons for that, but there's some nice cross-cultural studies, and as you see inequality increase, you tend to see things like imprisonment, substance abuse, and a variety of other, suicide, variety of other things increase in ways that disproportionately affect boys. One of the factors, and I certainly saw it with my children, is that girls tend to socialize in homes, with selected friends. Boys are out on the streets. I mean, even middle-class boys are going from house to house. They're more mobile. They're more in the community. They're more directly affected by what's happening in the community than girls are. It's a complex piece.
We're going to put 3 questions on the table, here, and back there, and any one of you can answer them. So make your questions quick.
All right. Bruce Bartlett wrote a really interesting article last year about the conservative case for the welfare state, in which he echoed earlier sentiments from an economist who said that you need to have some level of government welfare in order to keep people from turning against the market. If you don't have some level of welfare spending, people will instead turn to protectionism or things like that will ultimately interfere with the functioning of the market. I was just wondering that based on the topic that you guys were talking about earlier about how conservatives should deal with the welfare state, if you could maybe expand on those thoughts.
Okay, and let's, this woman's question right here. Yeah.
I'm intrigued by your sort of Norman Rockwell, Leave It to Beaver vision of how working class white fathers raised their children in the 50s and the 60s. And we spent the morning looking at demographics that suggested that there'll be a large increase growing in Hispanics, in particular, whose households have come, for the most part, from very two-income, five-job working families. So my question to the panel is, are you not sort of placing unreasonable expectations of the families on on these Hispanic households, and what policies would right what I'm suggesting, and you can disagree with, is a myth versus your active reality?
Okay, and the third question on the table, and then any of you can answer these.
Okay, on the family, there's a kind of chicken or the egg argument, and each is maybe slightly a caricature. One is that if only the stoned, unemployed proletarian men would adopt bourgeois virtues of sobriety and reliability, then working class women would flock to them, be eager to be their brides, and moral decline of America would be reversed. The other is no dudes. This is solely a consequence of the economic collapse of a social class, and all the social disruptive functions are rooted in the economic decline. Now, granted, each pure statement is a caricature, but which ultimately is your vision?
I'll jump in on the first question. I think it's uncontroversial that virtually all conservatives have made their peace in some measure with some aspect of the welfare state. That the libertarians remain unreconciled to it, but even Paul Ryan or Heritage Foundation will say we're here to protect and reform some of the promises that were made that were in fact pillars of the welfare state. So to me, the question is not for or against, the question is definition, which is to say, as long as we view it as an abstract and as long as we view it as a unity, we let the left define what it is. Its motives, its purpose, and its end. And then all we're doing is debating over the size of share, and we are, regardless of our philosophies on the right, regardless of our differences, all tax collectors for the welfare state. I think the path forward for us, and particularly for us as reform conservatives who have very innovative pro-market, pro-civil society ways to change the definition of the welfare state, is in fact to engage in that struggle, which is to say that the task for conservatives is to say this is what should be in and this is what should be out and why. This is the type of social contract we want to construct. It is one that is more favorable to the little platoons. It is one that is more open to private involvement. It is one that is more open to competition. It is one that is less bureaucratic. It is one that we will take seriously, and it will both cost you less and give you better results. But the basic things that are the guarantees that were promised 80 years ago will be better delivered for you. We are not trying to turn back the clock. I think that's the challenge for conservatives, to both fulfill their genuine promises and to achieve political dominance.
June, you were going to comment? Oh.
Well, before I move on to a different question, I must say that, I very much admire Henry's effortless segue from Newt Gingrich to Edmund Burke. It's a model for all of us. I would just recommend now keep on going.
I was going to say, going back to where?
Forward, not back. But I do want to say something about the family now, which, as some people know, has been a major strand of my work. I'm not interested in the past. I'm really not. Right? There's no past that I want to recreate for the very simple reason that no past is recreatable. The moving hand, having writ, moveth on. And so nor to take the gentleman's interpretation of the chicken and egg debate, am I interested in prosecuting the argument, economic change, cultural change. We are where we are. And the question is, if we don't like it, what the heck are we going to do about it? It seems to me that's the question before us. And I am willing to lay down all the weapons of ancient arguments. If there can be an agreement that we are not in a good place, and if scholars like Charles Murray of this institution and Robert Putnam of a somewhat different institution can write 2 books in 2 consecutive years agreeing on 100% of the diagnostics, then it seems to me that the basis for the argument, for the discussion that we need has been established. And I think the evidence is unmistakable that for downscale young people, children, and their parents and their grandparents, there's a lot wrong with the status quo. Let me just pick one example, which is actually the part of my paper that interested me the most, and that is the greater and greater impact on socioeconomic status of something as fundamental as how long you live, right? And the gap in longevity between the people at the bottom, in the first quintile, and the people at the top has skyrocketed in the past 30 years, which has policy consequences. For example, if you do what a lot of conservatives recommend and simply raise the retirement age for Social Security, you're screwing the poor and the working class because they will lose a much higher percentage of their years of benefits than people like the people on this panel. So we can't do it that way. So at any rate, I very much hope, and I think this project has contributed to this hope, that the empirical baseline that States of Change has laid will enable us to look forward and have the arguments that will really be productive as opposed to simply replaying ancient quarrels like the Hatfields and McCoys.
Just to weigh in here a little bit, one thing I was really struck by is that I was looking at these numbers recently about how the generation of folks who were born in the 20s and 30s have passed on about $12 trillion of wealth to their offspring, baby boomers. And the baby boomers over the next 30, 40 years will be transferring about $30 trillion in wealth to their children, most of whom are punks. But one thing that's striking is that when we think about those children, the parents who have those assets, those boomer parents who've accumulated so much wealth, they are overwhelmingly white. And the children who are going to receive them are part of a generation that is actually pretty non-white. The millennial generation is about 50-50, sliding over to majority non-white, as Bill had mentioned earlier on. So when you're talking about those dynamics, kind of about the legitimacy of the system, et cetera, that seems like a pretty important part of the puzzle. We've had this big debate over criminal justice over the last couple of years in the United States. And to me, it really prefigures a bigger way that we ought to be thinking about some of these legitimacy questions. So it turns out that policing tactics that could make people a little bit safer at the margin through preventive policing actually undermine the legitimacy of the police in some of these communities. Why? Because people feel as though they're being harassed, they're not being treated respectfully and fairly, and so they might become less likely to cooperate with the police when the police need them. Because the police really, they're rooted in the sense that we're all in this together, and actually they are my defenders and protectors, and that's why they matter to me, that's why I'm always going to cooperate with them. And similarly, this, I would argue, applies to a lot of different other areas as well. So I guess I think it's really important for us to think, and the reason I'm a conservative is because I think in terms of an inheritance. What have we inherited, whether we like it or not? So it could be that you're one of these guys who's going to be inheriting this $30 trillion. That's great. I love my parents. It could also be that you inherited, baldness, or kind of any number of things, but you just have to deal with it, right? And the United States has inherited a number of things that make things really, really difficult for people who make policy. One of them, if you think about the experience of enslavement and segregation, that is part of our inheritance. It's had deep effects on our society in all kinds of ways. It's something we still struggle with. But actually, it turns out, in this kind of post-65 era, we've inherited some other things too. Mexico is the country in the OECD that has pretty much the lowest tax share of GDP. It's a country where human capital investment in people who are Amerindian, who are mestizo, who are from the impoverished South has always been extremely low. And the Mexican government had an escape valve, which is that the United States had this huge labor market in which people who are unauthorized, people who are less skilled, were able to come and work. For some period of time. There was this fascinating study by an economist at MIT about how little towns in northern Mexico, where you had a new maquiladora plant built, were towns where men were less likely to pursue further education because the opportunity cost of pursuing further education was actually higher than the wage they'd get working the maquiladora in the kind of short term. And if you're someone who's very poor, those short-term considerations matter a lot to you. So think about the availability of a vast labor market where even with very limited skills, you can earn 3 or 4 times what you'd be making back home, and you can send that money back to your family. What we don't understand is that our policies, the things that we do, have huge effects on other societies. And now, because of our migration policies and because of a certain, I would say, thoughtlessness about them, we've inherited a number of problems that were not created in 1776 or 1789. They were created in societies that we do not know and we do not understand. And we have an obligation to these people, to their children, and we're going to their grandchildren. And that's something that people haven't faced up to. So when I think about the future and what conservatives ought to care about, it's partly this. We didn't necessarily choose this inheritance, but it is our inheritance. This is our community, and we need to do something about it.
June, you'll have the last word.
Thank you. I think we should think about the way the different parts of this panel are interconnected, and they are around the ideas of security and stability, and asking the question of where they come from. I have a little chart which comes from Putnam about how much time parents were investing in children. When you go back to 1970, you don't see that much difference between college-educated and high school-educated parents. They often lived in the same communities. Their children often attended the same schools. But the critical thing is that job stability was comparable, that both college-educated and high school-educated people tend to go to work for an employer and up a career ladder with a high degree of job stability that is the foundation of those communities. When you're looking at what's changed, what you have are a whole set of employment practices, and I would argue driven by Wall Street finance, that says you want to maximize short-term share price. You do it, you don't invest in workers, you don't invest in Bell Labs, you don't invest in the future. You're looking at how you can maximize and leverage the return on what you have in front of you today. The upper middle class has responded by parent-sponsored internships, by people who switch jobs, who go back to school during downturns. But what we don't have for people who don't have parent-sponsored internships is the foot on the ladder. And there are a couple of really stunning statistics. On the family, instability in income, even if it means you get overtime one week and not the next, tends to be destabilizing of family relationships. Something else, we talked about wealth. One of the stunning things we've been looking at in the post-2000 figures is that the return on college education has stagnated. And the financial crisis wiped out a very high percentage of wealth for Latinos and African American college graduates. Now in fact, they lost more than Latino and African American high school graduate only in terms of loss of wealth. The same is not true for whites. And when you ask the question, why is that happening? One of the reasons is the amount of student debt and the stagnation in BA-only wages. Now, if you do that, high debt, stagnation in wages, you also can't afford the investment in the master's degree that really gets you into the part of the economy in which there's a greater return. So what you've got in terms of resilience when we talk about the welfare state is that question, in a more unstable world in which people switch jobs more often, get laid off more often, companies move abroad, reconstitute themselves, how do we find stability and security for individuals? And the answer is, I'm financing that for my children. People who don't have parents like me are finding that instability more destructive investments in the education and in the family. We need to figure out a way to map a more dynamic private sector with the needs of a workforce that is experiencing instability. I end with one final comment. My friends who study education and boys say, you know, the plant closes, the test scores for the community as a whole go down, including the children and especially the boys of the parents who aren't laid off. We need more stable and secure communities.
Thank you very much, and thank all of the panelists for a wonderful discussion. And on behalf of the States of Change Project, I'd like to thank all of you for coming, and I hope you read everything that's both on the AEI and the CAP and the Brookings websites. Thank you.